Next group is 626 to 650, and if anybody is up to 700, if you could start registering and line up. 626, 627, go ahead.
My name is Pastor Jared, and I take care of the Missions and Outreach Department of New Hope Leeward Church. From August 2012 to August 2013, my department reached out to the public and helped 46,469 people. We mobilized 5,472 volunteers and gave 29,990 hours of community service. We are one church. I cannot speak for the hundreds of other churches reaching out and being accommodating to the public. What I am concerned about is the weak language of the bill that talks about public accommodation. We provide many free services, from counseling to giving away groceries. We also provide services that may be considered for-profit activity that helps others but may put us at risk as a church. Things like renting out our facility to the Department of Education to hold meetings or having a preschool. As you may know, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And on Monday, our church held a conference that charged for admission. Does this constitute for-profit activity? If I am forced to stop these types of activities in order to protect the church, how's the government going to fill the gap when all the churches stop providing all these services to the public? You see, more importantly, it is part of our culture to reach out to others, love our neighbors, help the community and the public. We believe in James chapter 2, verse 14, when it says, verse 14 to 17, when it says, "What good is it, my brothers, if someone says he has faith but does not have works? Can that faith save him? If a brother or sister is poorly clothed and lacking daily food, and one of you says to them, 'Go in peace, be warmed and filled,' without giving them the things needed for the body, what good is that? So also faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead." Our congregants need an opportunity to live out their faith by doing good public works, and that's what my job is to provide our congregants with a wide variety of ways they can live out their faith and do their good works. Helping the homeless with advocacy services is something I do all the time. I'm comfortable with it.
628.
Hi, my name is Jerry Burrell, and I would like to express my absolute amazement at the stunning lack of response to your constituents' wishes. First, you wish to bring legislation to law that is nothing short of a stampede to circumvent the will of the people. Second, and equally as important, is the fact that the special session is being paid for by the taxpayers of Hawaii, who do not have the slightest say in the process. Already your minds are made up. Deny it if it is not true. So this legislative session is taxation without representation, or more simply, treason. Why can you not allow the people to address this issue, which has such a tremendous impact on the population? We, the people of Hawaii, will not forget this travesty of justice perpetrated by the current administration to circumvent the will of the people by expediting a bill opposed to by 70% at least of the people. The people will no longer remember what we say here. They will never forget what you do here. Mahalo, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Okay, 630.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn O'Brien, and this is only my second time testifying. We're within 1 week. Seems I kind of struck out the first time on Monday. But if Shane Victorino can help the Boston Red Sox win a World Series, then there is hope for all the local kids. Now, I love the fact that just as Shane Victorino gave his very best, I believe that the Aloha State is worthy of all of our very best. And I so love that for many of us, it's our very first time getting engaged in this political process. Let's do it more often. This is exciting. I also sincerely appreciate that you all, our legislators, have sat here through long testimonies. I mean, you still have about 4,000 left to go. God bless you. But I say with all of the fullness of its meaning, aloha. Wait, one more time. I'll waste 10 more seconds on this. Ready? Everybody in the room, aloha. Now, if you allow me, I have only one special and fresh request, a Christmas wish. And it is this, to please wait on SB 1. Give us the time to allow we, the people, decide and go for it on HB 5. High five to HB 5. I believe that this is an issue of such huge, tremendous impact that it is greater than just the 5 short days all of us were given, or just 77 people deciding for an entire state. Take the issue back to the citizens of this state in a clearly worded constitutional amendment. Now, therefore, I oppose SB 1 not as a Democratic or Republican issue, not as a Christian or even religious issue, but as a community issue, a kako issue, from the kupuna to the keiki, affecting our family and our ohana. Let the people decide. You no vote, we no grumble. And one last Christmas wish.
Okay,
God bless us,
6:31.
everyone. Thank you.
6:31, 6:32.
Good evening, legislators. My name is Paul Mossman. I'm going to speak against SB 1. This is kind of wiki because I was out there, my name was called, so I came in. You know, we are here at behest of the governor. And may I say, me Lord, the governor. Because we're not here representing our constituents, those good people who have elected all of you. And God bless every one of them. And we need to remember that their voice is what matters. Governors come and go. The wishes of the governor come and go. But the people remain, your constituents. And I'd like to point out that there's a tipping point in any culture, in any place, where the common sense loses it. And it just becomes sort of nonsense. And this seems to me like nonsense. There's so many issues we can be in agreement on, every single person in here. But instead, the governor has chosen the most divisive issue he can come up with, to divide us as a people. And who wins in this issue if it goes through? Not my gay neighbors, not my straight brothers and sisters. You guys win. You get more power to legislate, to regulate, to take people who you can attack their opinions for not wanting to bake a cake, not wanting to take a picture. And I just want to say, you know, Monday there was an army out there. It was thousands of people. They represented 4,000 years of human history, of culture and development, of striving to make things better. And we live in a state we can look out and see how wonderful a job they've done. And those traditions are there to protect all of us, our children, the next generation, our wealth, our prosperity.
Okay.
That's all.
6:33.
Craig Lamb. Honored members of the Joint Committee, I am a senior citizen of the state of Hawaii and a voter. While I have no Hawaiian blood quantum, my maternal grandfather was a documented citizen of the Kingdom of Hawaii. My parents were born citizens of the territory of Hawaii, and so I consider myself a keiki o ka aina, and I'm grateful to be living in Hawaii and the United States of America. With aloha and all due respect to the persons in favor of SB 1, I stand in opposition to that bill unless certain protections are further enacted. In your thorough questioning of the Attorney General this morning, one thing he alluded to was that the public accommodation statutes would in effect trump the provisions of House Bill 6 being proposed to add protections to SB 1. If the public accommodation statutes would trump HB 6, why would they not also trump SB 1 unless specific exemptions to the public accommodation statutes are not included in SB 1? Let not my beloved Hawaii be a state that would trample upon the constitutional right granted in the First Amendment regarding the free exercise of religion, while granting what a minority group seeks through legalization of what they might consider a right. Please act on the protections I have requested, or, if not possible within the time constraints of the special legislative session, postpone action on SB 1 until the next regular session of the legislature to give time for due consideration of its collateral impact on the religious rights of those not seeking that type of marriage for themselves. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns before you and for your dedicated service to the people of Hawaii.
634, 635.
634.
Okay, 634.
Aloha, my name is Bill Lawson. I'm a licensed attorney here in the state of Hawaii. I strongly oppose SB 1. There are two aspects to this bill. One is intended to reduce unfair treatment of gays, especially with respect to federal benefits. That's the one the governor cited in bringing the special session. The second part of this legislation, however, forces society as a whole, and religious people in particular, to consider and to call a gay marriage as marriage, at least the way it's currently drafted. May I suggest that one can be accomplished without doing two? The terms of SB 1 actually attempt to define marriage and redefine it in a way that's unacceptable to a considerable portion of our community. Why can't the legislation simply call these unions, same-sex marriage, just the way the rest of us do? That, if properly done, would garner all of the federal benefits for same-sex couples that are sought by this legislation without offending the people of Hawaii, especially the religious community. I do not spend full time on this, obviously. Some perhaps do. The bill is 18 pages long. I just recently actually got a copy of the whole thing. As an attorney, I challenge anyone who claims that they understand the ramifications of this bill since October 22nd, when the text of it was actually released. Surely the testimony here raises a bunch of concerns about what this bill will do. A judge will ultimately decide. It will have a lot of litigation as presently worded and as presently passed, if passed. I ask you to vote no.
Okay, 635, 636.
Good evening. My name is Mark Peterman. I'm a pastor at a church that has locations in the city, Mililani, as well as Waikele, representing 3,200 congregants, excuse me. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to voice my opposition to SB 1. On a fundamental basis of the democratic process, I'm concerned that I have heard legislatures state that their opinions on this on same-sex relationships and same-sex marriages evolved, and that's why they have changed their minds and moved to approving this bill. And my concern is this, that you are elected not to voice your own opinions or have your opinions evolve, but you are to support the opinions of the people. And in 1998, the people voted that the relationship between man and woman should be the constitution of marriage. If you believe that the people's opinions has evolved, then we should take the vote out to the people again and let them have a voice. Second thing is that I recently had a conversation with one of the largest developers in the state of Hawaii as early as last week, and they asked me, as a church, what benefits would I bring to their community? And I told them, as of today, I could tell you a list of benefits that we would provide. A performing arts center for the elementary school that's to be built in that community. A place for the community associations to meet. For the Department of Education meetings to take place. I said, but if SB 1 passes, I said, I cannot tell you what accommodations we could provide to the public because it's unclear in this bill. And with that not being clarified, I will have to close those operations to the public and not be able to benefit the community of which I serve. Thank you very much. Please vote no on SB 1.
Thank you. 637. 637. 638. Go ahead.
Representatives of the House, thank you very much for your time and for being here, all of you. I know that it may have required you to step away from your families, as it has myself, and I'm sure many in the congregation and the ones that will be speaking. I stand in strong opposition to SB 1. My name is Anthony Swafoa. I am 26. I am a student at KCC. I'm a full-time employee, and 5 to 6 days out of the week, I am covered head to toe in some form of dust. I build for a living. I bring that point to be said and to be heard is that when you're making a home or a foundation, that's what we have built this government upon a foundation. The very beginning, someone quoted the preamble to the U.S. Constitution. I've heard the Hawaii State Constitution preamble quoted. No doubt where you stand on this issue, you can agree that things will change. Things will change, whether you think it's good or bad. I stand to say that things will change a lot. And in 5 days, things will change a lot, assuming that this passes. I ask you to vote no to this bill. On the surface, the rhetoric and even the wordage appears to be clear, appears to be just and fair. But as you've heard from the questions that you guys gave to the Attorney General today and to all the other department heads that have testified, it is unclear. Those who have drafted the bill, I sat through 90% of the Senate hearing. Those of you that were there who wrote the bill asked testifiers what the effects of the bills will be. So again, I ask you as our representatives to push this back. 5 days to change life as you know it is ridiculous. And I'm 26. I'm not a learned man yet. But I understand that. And I hope that y'all understand that too and let us vote as the people. Thank you.
639.
Some of this is a repeat, but I want to say good evening to the committee members. Thank you for all your time, putting up with my thousands of visits and emails, and they are thousands. Anyway, I'm opposed to the gay marriage because gay marriage will normalize unsafe sex acts, as in homosexinfo.org/sexuality. 2,000 people have died from AIDS here in Hawaii. Fisting can lead to a life of wearing colostomy bags. There's a teen website, UOAA Teen Network, under the gay ostomites. This is sad, very sad. There are over 10,000 gay ostomites on one website alone. Punctured rectum can lead to a painful death. Now into the school system. Common Core education is in Hawaii in about 8 or 10 schools already. It teaches gay sex and only the religion of Islam. God loves the Muslims. See morethandreams.org. But this, under Islam's Sharia law, homosexuals are put to death or severely punished in various countries, and we have their students here. The other day, Al Jazeera called up Neil Abercrombie regarding the special session. Now, what interest does this group have in this topic? I don't know. People Can Change is a successful counseling program. The book Alfie's Home was handed out at an X-Day Gay Parade. It's a 1-minute YouTube. No sexual behavior or drug can replace the missing nurturing love and affirmation of an absent alcoholic father or angry controlling mother. We must forgive our molesters. God's love agenda is different from the homosexual agenda or Agenda 21, which is a DVD. I want to say in Israel, they passed a gay marriage bill of some sort. Now, neither the Jews or the Arabs under Judaism or Islam would give up their religious values for gay marriage, but they do get along in the same place. And I just want to speak to the LGBT community. I say this in love, but this behavior is not safe. Some of the behaviors you do are not safe.
640.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the committee for being here to hear me. My name is Fred Bledsoe. I strongly oppose SB 1. Most people would agree that marriage is an institution.
Oh, wait, hold on. You're 643.
Yes.
So hold on. Is there 640, 641, 642. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Most people would agree that marriage is an institution that promotes a healthy society. Consideration should therefore be given to the effects that disease, crime, economics, and the proper rearing of youth have on our society. So what can we expect from homosexual marriage? The truth of marriage is revealed by the fact that only a man and a woman can naturally reproduce. The bodies of heterosexual partners are made for each other, so their natural use serves to reduce the occurrence of disease and trauma. Also, the incidence of domestic violence is higher in the homosexual community. I have a study on that as well. The procreation and rearing of children is a natural consequence of true families. We should encourage the rearing of children in homes that are likely to produce the highest rates of success. Males express love through evaluation, correction, and mentoring, while women tend to express a nurturing type of love. Their very bodies express it. Such forms of love are strongly imbued according to parental gender and are important for good development. To say that the rearing in a homosexual household is no different than a heterosexual one is ludicrous. Both genders are necessary. And encouraging a gay lifestyle by legalizing marriage among homosexuals will further drain additional resources for healthcare, law enforcement, our legal system, and it will promote imbalanced rearing of our youth. Vote no on SB 1.
Okay.
Let the people decide.
644. What number are you? 46. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Jamie McGuire. I want to thank you for this time this evening, especially since I was here all day on Monday having submitted my testimony days before, and although I was here in person after getting babysitters and rides to pick up my kids, I was not allowed to speak at the Senate testimony. I was told, sorry, you were too late, even though I was here well before the end of business hours. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for staying late. Thank you for your questions, the fact that you care enough to ask and to talk to us and to realize that we have points of view that matter. So I appreciate that very much. That being said, at this point, I'd like to tell you that I'm fervently opposed to this special session specifically, and more so to SB 1, the bill. This special session, since Monday, I've been told, ma'am, people are doing the very best they can with the limited amount of time that we have, over and over again. They're doing the best that we can with the limited amount of time we have. And I have to ask, we have all the time in the world. Why do we want to stop and say, let's just do the very best we can in the limited amount of time we have? Last I checked, I did not elect representatives, senators, or a governor to pass legislation that is not clean, to create bills into laws that are not appropriate and don't set up our city and our state for success. Now, 15 years ago, the people spoke and the legislator did not take action on the direction of the people. So for 15 years, we've laid in wait. Then we have Reciprocal Beneficiaries Act, and maybe that didn't quite get it right. And then we have civil unions, and maybe that didn't quite get it right. So here we are, 15 years later, and we have one of the most contentious issues of our time in this state, and we're going to give 6 working days. How many of you in your everyday job can get anything done in 6 working days? If I got a task like that, I would immediately call and say, I need an extension, because in order to get this right, I've got to do this better.
647.
No on the session.
648.
No on the bill.
649. Okay, what number are you? What number are you?
647.
Okay, go ahead.
Dear Honorable Chairs, Rhodes and Luke, members of the House Judiciary and Finance Community, I, Donovan Hardy, strongly believe that SB 1 should not be passed. But the people of the state of Hawaii must have the right to vote on what they want. Let's see. I believe same-sex marriage is wrong, and it would change the way of our living in our state in a negative way. Without SB 1, our state has always been an excellent place to live in our country. Therefore, no reason for passing SB 1 is necessary. Declining SB 1 is the way for our state to retain its freedom, for our people to experience true liberty for themselves, their children, and the next generations to come. And just to harp on the last person that spoke, he said that, well, oh my goodness, forget it. You know, 5 senators, 5 minutes, thousands and thousands of people saying that they don't want this bill to pass. And, you know, that's kind of like, you know, where's true democracy in that? And 6 days, this thing is about to process. You know, who can get anything done in 6 days? So, you know, my suggestion is just, you know, let's just do a fair fight and just don't go about this the coward's way and have a fair fight, and let's take it to the court if we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 649.
Good evening, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke, Vice Chairs and committee members. I strongly support SB 1. I am Jo Chang, a retiree, a mother of 3 sons, 1 gay and 2 straight, and grandmother of a bisexual granddaughter and a straight grandson. I am a co-founder of the Moms and Informal Local Support Group for Parents of LGBT children, meaning lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender children. Discrimination against LGBT people in our communities harms LGBT children every day in our schools and communities, harms LGBT family members and their families, harms elderly LGBT and all LGBT persons every day of their lives. It is a tragedy that the greatest protection for our LGBT children from this discrimination is love, acceptance, and support from their families. Yet so many parents do not accept their LGBT children, and wonderful gay couples and families are looked down upon by so many. Today we need all of you, our elected representatives, to help us say that this discrimination is not warranted and is unjust, that our gay family members and their families deserve to have an equal place in Hawaii, and to say clearly that they too are a wonderful and valuable part of all of our families and communities. They are not those people, they are us. I am now 70 years old and hope that it will not be long before my gay son will also be able to marry his longtime partner right here at home, and family and friends can be there too to celebrate with them. Thank you so much.
650. If not, questions, members? Okay, Representative Chair Rhodes.
Can I have, I think it's Jamie McGuire, 646, come back up? I guess my question is, well, I've heard this process argument about how the special session is just such a terrible process. Do you know how many bills were introduced in the House last regular session?
No, sir, I don't.
1,484. Do you know how many days we had to deal with 1,484 bills? 60.
Yes.
That works out to about 24 a day. So far this regular session, you know how many bills we've had introduced in the special session on the House side?
You would know that.
6 or 7. We have 7 days to deal with it, so we get 1 a day. This is an amazingly leisurely pace. Amazingly leisurely. Usually we have to deal with 24 bills a day. During special session, we can deal with about 1 a day. Thank you.
I would offer that for this amount.
Thank you.
Was there a question? Because you brought me up for a question.
Yeah, that was a question.
My questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on. If you're going to be disruptive, please leave, because, we're trying to be very lenient with all the question and all the testimony. Okay, we're going to move on to 651. 651, 652, 653. What number are you? 654.
Good evening, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and distinguished members of the House Committees on Judiciary and Finance. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Michelle Okimura, and I was born and raised here in Hawaii. I'm strongly opposed to SB1. As a pastor of Hope Chapel Life Spring, I represent approximately 50 people. And as a former public school teacher for many years, I'm gravely concerned at the negative impact that this legislation will have on our educational system and our children. I strongly believe that if passed, this bill will negatively affect our state. I've observed that not all legislatures are knowledgeable about how same-sex marriage has affected educational systems and even parental rights in other states and other countries. And how much more, does the general public are still unaware. And it's clear to me that more time is needed to explore the ramifications of this issue. As legislatures, you have taken an oath to uphold democracy and the democratic process. And I feel this bill is being fast-tracked in this special session without the true opportunity for amendments to be made, which clearly shuts out the public. And this bill should be given due process during the regular session where it can be properly discussed and examined as all other bills. And I feel it is so wrong that thousands of years of culture and traditions could be obliterated in just 5 days. I'm asking you to allow the people of Hawaii to decide on this issue of marriage, as I believe the legislature is going against the will of the people. In addition, the religious exemption language does not adequately and clearly protect our religious organizations and their affiliates, as we've discussed today, thereby violating First Amendment protections under the U.S. Constitution. So I respectfully ask that you vote no on this bill and reintroduce it during the regular session, allowing the public to be heard. I humbly ask that you consider my voice. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, what number are you?
658.
Okay, come on up.
Aloha. I'm Mike Galoyu, a retired Air Force officer and a strong supporter of SB1, which allow my gay son the opportunity to marry and thereby let him receive the same benefits, federal benefits, that my straight daughter could have. As Harvey Milk said, all men are created equal. No matter how hard they try, they can never erase those words. That is what America is all about. This is why we are here today to testify our gay, lesbian sisters, brothers, sons, daughters, auntie, uncles, parents, military members, veterans, and friends, giving all equality under the law. I have heard our opposition say all kinds of type of allegations about what will happen to society, family, friends, and children, to name a few, if marriage equality are passed. I not only say that they're not correct, but I also remind of Dr. King's words that a right delayed is a right denied. It is time to have equal civil rights for our LGBT community and allow same-gender marriage. Pope Francis was acting in a provocative manner. If he approved of homosexuality, he replied, much like Jesus, with another question. Tell me, when God looks at a gay person, does he endorse the existence of this person with love or reject and condemn this person? The Pope said we must always consider the person with love and acceptance. In our case, we must look at our gay and lesbian couples and allow them equality of their love under the civil law and pass SB1. As a proud Democrat and one who was able to cast a presidential electoral vote for President Obama, I echo part of his remarks. We, the people, declare today that of the most evident of truths, that all of us are created equal, is the star that guides us still, just as it guided our forebears at Seneca Falls, Selma, and Stonewall. It is now our generation's task to carry on with those pioneers began. Our journey is not complete until our gay brothers and sisters are treated like anyone else under the law. For if we are truly created equal, then surely the love we commit to one another must be equal as well. This is why we are here today, to let you know we want this journey to be completed in Hawaii and pass SB1 as it is currently written, so we treat everyone equally. By the way, being gay is a life, not a lifestyle. I also want to thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please step forward and state your number.
667.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, honorable representatives. My name is Jansen Ukal, and I would like to start by sharing something my pastor said. I love the gay community. Jesus died for them the same way he died for all of us. Hearing this reminded me of my years living back in the San Francisco Bay Area, the gay Jerusalem of the world. Living there and having been cultured to what being a gay man in the 21st century means, I should be ecstatic that our state is coming closer to same-sex marriage. However, with this preconceived euphoria is the awkward truth that many gays are not supportive of it. You see, gays like me have been thrown into a new wave of conformity, and as a result, an ironic taboo has originated. For someone of my sexual orientation to be against marriage equality makes it seem like I'm burning the gay flag my community fought for. But it is with a heart of love and compassion that I oppose SB1. An issue of this magnitude should not be decided with a special session. I share this as a means of finally coming out of the closet, not as a gay man, but someone who understands his values. So therefore, why don't you let all of us, Christians and non-Christians, gays and heterosexuals, decide together? Thank you.
Thank you. Next number. Please come up. Can you state your number?
670.
670?
Yes. Hi, my name is Ashley. I oppose SB1. I have family and friends that lived or are living this lifestyle by their and by their actions, it's a choice. I personally don't agree to legalize a chosen lifestyle. That's like legalizing drugs because an addict chose to live a life that way, and obviously that's not the way to go about it. Also, I wouldn't want my children growing up with knowledge of this act and having it as an influence on the way they are raised. Our nation was founded on truth and the Word of God, and I would love for you all to have a neutral heart for the people of Hawaii that are voicing our concern. We have appointed you all in this position to make a decision that is righteous. Let us vote and end this, knowing that our voices aren't in vain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please come up. Please state your number.
672.
Okay. And before you begin, okay, if we're getting ready for 651 to 675, and if anyone's out there with those numbers, please come to the auditorium right away. Also, if you're 676 to 725, if you can start getting ready. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair Rhodes, Vice Chair Hare, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Johnson, members of the House Committees on Judiciary and Finance. My name is Judy Kernan. I'm a registered voter from Waipahu. I am opposed to Senate Bill 1 because I agree with Pastor Ken Hutcherson of Antioch Bible Church in Kirkland, Washington, who says that homosexuality has destroyed every civilization it has touched and is shameful. He goes on to say, like gambling, porn, alcohol, and drug abuse and sex addiction, homosexuality destroys the family like nothing else, and eventually the soul that God turns over to a reprobate mind. Two civilizations that collapsed because of homosexuality was Rome and Greece, and that's where we are headed as a nation. According to Pat Robertson of the 700 Club, Sodom was a town in the Bible that God destroyed because they practiced homosexuality. In history, there's never been a civilization ever in history that has embraced homosexuality and turned away from traditional fidelity, traditional marriage, traditional child rearing, and has survived. There isn't one single civilization that has survived that openly embraced homosexuality. Homosexuality is a sexual sin like fornication and adultery. What God has declared as sin will always be sin no matter how we change the laws. We are rushing this way too fast. I want you to please let the people vote on this matter and delay this decision and let the people vote on this matter in January. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Okay, next. Please come up. Please state your number.
673.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Eliana Tanaka. Dear Chair Rhodes and Rook and members of both the House Committee on Judiciary and Finance, I'm here to voice my opposition to Bill SB1 with a few reasons. I'm asking you to allow two people to decide on issue of marriage, as I believe the legislature is going against the will of the people. I'm a daughter, a mother, and a wife. I do not deny anyone his or her civil rights. I understand that the very notion of such right is based on the Christian worldview and the affirmation that every human being is made in God's image and therefore possess dignity and certain essential rights. But when it comes to the change of definition of the marriage, I do not agree with this issue. God created marriage. No human being has the right or authority to redefine it. The Bible is clear in terms of its teaching on both sexuality and marriage. We should differentiate between a person's sexual orientation and their sexual behavior. Example, between a person's basic identity and their sexual practice. Dear chairs and members of both House Committee on Judiciary and Finance, this bill should be given due process during regular session, where it can properly examine as all other bills. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up, 674.
75.
675, go ahead.
Honorable chairs, committee members, thank you for your leadership. My name is Greg Fritz. I live in Eva Beach. I urge you to oppose special session SB 1 relating to marriage. I'm a registered voter, property owner, taxpayer, and resident of the state of Hawaii since 2000. I've served 24 years in the United States Army and retired earlier this year after fighting in 4 different countries to provide others with the freedom to voice their opinions on the laws of their respective lands. I am disheartened to now find these same democratic liberties eroding here at home. Setting aside one's personal beliefs regarding homosexuality, the manner in which the Senate bill is being processed preempts the democratic process by rushing legislation through an abbreviated special session and not allowing for all the people of the state to voice their support or opposition. It would appear that those in favor of SB 1 suspect that another opportunity for the people to speak up would yield the same result as past votes and would reveal, as language proposed to be stricken reads, that the people of Hawaii choose to preserve the tradition of marriage as a unique social institution based on the committed union of one man and one woman. In addition to not giving ample time to discuss a bill regarding one of the most controversial topics of our time, the fact that no amendments can be made to legislation if passed is more like what one would find in a monarchy or dictatorship and creates a sham of the democratic process. I have concerns regarding the second and third order effects of the passage of this bill. If the FDA is deciding to approve a medication for public use, they first study the effects, intended and unintended, of the drug through a series of testing. I urge you to look to the states and countries that have already passed such legislation. Associate Justice to the Supreme Court Louis Brandeis stated, nearly all legislation involves a weighing of public needs as against private desires, and likewise a weighing of relative social values. I ask that this issue would be weighed. President Lyndon Johnson also said, you do not examine legislation in the light of benefits it will convey if properly administered, but in the light of the wrongs it would do and the harms it would cause if improperly administered. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this group? If not, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before we start on the next group, I just a reminder that please don't. I'm sorry. Before we start on the next group, please don't speak to the testifier while they're testifying. It's distracting, and they deserve our attention, whichever opinion they may have. Okay, next up is 676.
My name is Rose Woods, and I'm actually number 588.
Oh, 580. All right, well, go ahead.
Chair Rhodes, and Luke, and members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committees. I feel that it's a grievous oversight to assume that each of your votes represent the majority of the people of Hawaii concerning the legalization of same-sex marriage. I think the best way to determine the majority is a vote on the issue. I also request that we look at the money. Every piece of legislation costs taxpayers money. Do we have the money to fund such legislation? In 2012, the U.S. Census reported that there were 1,392,313 Hawaii residents. Chair Rhodes, I looked at the Hawaii elections report, and in your community, you were elected into office by 1,604 residents. Chair Luke, you won with 4,319 votes. And Governor Abercrombie in 2010 won with 142,304 votes. At the time, the U.S. Census says that there was 1,063,755 people. That represents 14% of our state. And while I know that voting is low, I ask that you take this issue seriously. That based on the U.S. Census and the election office reports, that you realize that your votes will not represent a majority of the people of Hawaii. Also, voting provides safety for people on both sides of the view. It's the best solution to prevent tyranny or retribution for either sides of the belief. Lastly, we deserve to know how much is this going to cost taxpayers. As our elected officials, I urge you to consider the data provided by the U.S. Census and the Hawaii Elections Office. By this, it cannot be unclear to you your votes will not represent the majority of the Hawaii people. I feel the only way to resolve this issue is to allow public vote.
Thank you very much. I believe 676 is next.
Chairman, actually 589.
589, oh, another. Okay, go ahead. If you haven't spoken before, please proceed.
My name is Cam Cavasso. Thank you, Chair and representatives, for the privilege of addressing you here today. I'd like to bring up 2 points. Number one, this bill as crafted does not protect religious freedoms of our people who are people of faith. It's their fundamental right to express their views is being expressed here today in this session, but if this bill is passed, that fundamental right will be repressed. According to attorneys across the nation, this bill has the worst protections for religious freedom of any bill or law that has been passed by the other states which have passed such legislation before. I ask you to hold this bill so that adequate protections can be drafted and properly put into place and considered more fully in the next session. There's a second thing that comes out of this bill, and that is that as it's drafted, it can actually result in reverse discrimination that would prevent people from speaking their views and allow them to be prosecuted for expressing or believing or practicing their religious or values, their freedoms of speech and assembly in business, in individual lives, in assembly, and in church. For churches are trying to reach many people, and they're not turned inward, and this bill is a threat to those. I ask you to take the time to give a greater study to the bill, Chairman and members. I ask you to give the time to reconsider this, and I ask you to table this bill and not pass it in a special session. Hold it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, 676 is the number I have, but...
I'm 678.
678, okay. Please proceed.
My name is John D'Amato. I represent the plaintiffs in Jackson v. Abercrombie, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 1. I've heard SB 1 disparaged as a bill that's just about money or just about benefits, but nothing could be further from the truth. This bill is about dignity, because that is the one thing that continues to be denied gay and lesbian couples in this state. Today, gay and lesbian couples can form civil unions and get access to all of the rights and benefits of marriage. They can even go to some other jurisdiction, albeit at great personal expense, marry there, come back, and get access to all the rights and benefits under federal law of marriage. But the one thing that they cannot get, the one thing that continues to be denied them, is the most important thing of all, and that is the dignity that comes from knowing that your relationships, your families are entitled to just as much protection, respect, and dignity under state law as those of your heterosexual peers. That is what this bill is about, and this bill changes that. It says to gay and lesbian couples, you are entitled to stand on the same footing in Hawaiian society as everyone else. You are equal. That's what it tells them. It's an important, powerful, and fundamental message. It's not often that legislators have the opportunity to make such a profound difference in people's lives. You have that opportunity with this bill. I urge you to take it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is 679, S.J. Melendrez.
I'm Stephen Melendrez, and thank you so much for going ahead and allowing me to testify this evening. I'm a government consultant. I own companies that we've built from scratch, and I also represent several other companies. And in my government consultancy, many times I wear the government hat to the vendor community, and other times a vendor hat to the government community. So I sense where you're going on and spending so much time on this, and I really appreciate your diligence. There's an item on the, so just let me share with a few minutes about the bill. This bill is non-compliant. If you look at it from a contractual viewpoint, it's non-compliant. The reason why it's non-compliant, and I cannot support it, and many of the other businesses, the small businesses in Hawaii that we've discussed with, it's non-compliant because you do not have enough information to make informed decisions. In reviewing the other states which have similar arrangements, I've seen nothing positive out of the results of such a bill. When I shared with the Senate, I mentioned that the premise on the bill, civil unions are recognized by federal law, page 1, third paragraph. When you look down there, but the Obama administration with one stroke of an executive order could have them recognize civil unions for federal benefits. It's a done deal. Or, another reason that this bill is not compliant, because it's not just saying allowing gay community to marry, which if that's going to be, that's fine. But why redefine marriage for the rest of the population, which is actually discriminatory against every married person in Hawaii? If you wanted to make this a done deal, then just convert civil unions to marriage. It's done. Put a couple lines in there for protection, you're fine. But this is actually redefining it. And I really appreciate your comments, Representative Rhodes, about how many bills you do and all that. That's great. But this bill is going to have the impact of changing society.
Thank you very much.
So for that reason, I don't support it.
681, Daniel
Thank
Blunt.
you.
Thank you. 682, Tracy Gashi. 683, George Barish. 684, 685, 684. Rachel Rivers?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Aloha. My name is Rachel Rivers, and I strongly oppose SB1 and the special session. Now, I think that there may have been some misinterpretations of what students at the University of Hawaii Manoa think about this. I am 26 years old. I am working on my master's at UH, and I have been the president and involved in many honor societies, including one of the most prestigious, Phi Beta Kappa, and I can assure you that the young population are not all in favor for this, as the media may depict. However, if you are confident that this is the case, please, I encourage you to leave it up to a vote and prove it. Other than being a student, I am an aspiring educator and mother of a 5-year-old who just started kindergarten, so this is personally relevant to me. I am opposed to SB1 for many reasons. There are unforeseen consequences that have not been critically and thoroughly investigated. This was obvious on Monday's session as a teacher from Canada flew down specifically to testify and warn the Senate of the negative effects that legalizing same-sex marriages has had on the educational system. Just as I don't want my child to learn about graphic and inappropriate sexual acts, I also want him to know that bullying is wrong. Shouldn't we be an example for the children, House of Representatives? Do not abuse the power of the position you have. Our children are not guinea pigs. It appears as if everyone is simply fighting for equality. Fair enough. Seems like a great idea. But at what cost? At the cost of the 98.5 to 99% of the people? Chris Lee, you asked a religious woman if a bishop should be allowed to tell a gay man he cannot get married. Well, I ask you, should the legislature be allowed to tell religious people that they must marry same-sex couples or face legal consequences? This bill is in dire need of careful examination, as you are stripping the rights of the 99 for the 1. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, number 685, 686.
685.
685. Welcome.
Aloha, distinguished members of the House. My name is Joseph Gideon. I was born and raised here in Hawaii. I'm a young business owner, and I'm opposed to Senate Bill 1 as well as the special session. I just want to address a few things that I've noticed over the past few days. First, according to testimony from different state and federal departments, we don't fully understand the financial or social effects that civil unions have had on Hawaii since being implemented in 2011. It's my understanding that on April 5th, 2013, Senate Resolution 123 was passed with the intention of forming a task force to do just that, to study the effects of civil unions so that our lawmakers could be educated on these effects. According to its chairman, A.V. Sofer, Dean of the University of Hawaii's Law School, they haven't even had their first meeting yet. From a logical standpoint, why are we in a rush to make further changes to our society when we don't even know the pros and the cons that civil unions have had? My second point, I want to bring up again the poll on KITV's website asking who should be the ones to vote on this bill. As of 10 p.m. this morning, 80% of the people, almost 80% of almost 10,000 people said that that voice should go to the people of Hawaii. I hope you would all take a minute to reflect on the title that you hold. As representatives, you are to represent the voice of the people from your district. As the Senate clearly showed, that voice is falling on deaf ears. Please represent the people who have trusted you to be their voice, or the people will vote someone in who will. Lastly, to the younger representatives that claim to be the voice of the younger generation, that 80% of us are in favor of this bill, and that the older generation is out of touch with the young public, I'm here to say that they do not represent my voice. And I take offense that they would presume to be the voice of thousands and thousands of young adults and youth that were outside the Capitol on Monday and who are outside right now. Please don't take this as a reprimand or a personal attack, but as a call to awareness. Represent the voice of your district, or the people will find someone who will. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next is 686, Kent Kitagawa.
Good evening, Chairman Rhodes, honorable state representatives. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to share my testimony before you this day. We, the people, have put our trust in you to represent our best interests in government and legislation. And that is why I ask you to oppose this bill, which would pose more harm to the people of Hawaii by irreversibly destroying the very foundation of society and culture, which is a natural covenant of a man and a woman in a committed relationship to build a strong family unit. We already see the destructive effects on our community through the degradation of the nuclear family, because societal recognition of the covenant nature of marriage has been eroded, and the sanctity of it has been thrown out, basically. If there is a need to extend benefits and legal protections, a vehicle already exists to do that in civil unions. If the federal government wants to give equal protections, then they should recognize civil unions with the same protections and benefits. But don't force legal recognition on our state and people to call something as sacred to us as marriage just a piece of paper and a mere legality, any more than you would tell a native Hawaiian that their kupuna ka'iwi is just a bag of bones. This issue is too big, too complex to be decided in a few days by a small group of individuals who haven't had the time to vet all the unintended ramifications of this bill. Let the people decide on the ballot next year what will affect them for generations to come. Let us have the opportunity to decide our future as a people and a state. It is the only Pono thing to do.
Thanks very much. Next up is 687, Carolyn Galoyu.
Good evening, Chair and representatives. I thank you for this time. I am a universal life minister since 2005. I have been celebrating marriages and civil unions since that time. You don't know what heartache it is every time I do a service to know that the civil unions are not equal to the marriages I do. The couples are there, they have the love, they have the rings, but they don't get the same rights. That's what inequality is. That's what discrimination is. All the things you've heard here today. Oh, we love our gay brothers and sisters, but by gosh, we don't want them to have the same rights. Folks, that's not equality. That's prejudice, that's bigotry, and that's hatred. I have also been the founder of PFLAG Oahu, Parents, Family, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. And I pick up your children when you throw them out on the street because they're gay. I pick them up, I feed them. Every month, PFLAG goes down to Waikiki because there are over 100 children a night without homes down there. Not all of them are gay, and I wouldn't dare to tell you how many are because you'd go down and protest them. How bigoted can we get as a nation, as a country, and as an island that says they're aloha? I want you to pass this bill. It's not a fast pass. I've been doing this for 18 years. So pass it now, and get our kids off the street, and give our gays and lesbians the dignity, respect, and love that most of their parents have for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, 688. 689.
Hello, Michael Cole. My name is Jaren Sung. I'm a native Hawaiian, also a student at UH. The lady who testified before me, oh, she's mean. She told me something in line that I do not need to repeat. And I'm going to do opposite of what she told me. I strongly oppose SB1 and the process. Just to be made clear, I have friends and Ohana who are gay and lesbian. I do, as most people in Hawaii do. And I never treated them any different of them being family. And I love and respect them a lot. In a couple months, I'll be attending my friend's wedding. She's a lesbian, and and I love and support her. I am truly sad to see the division of what this bill is doing in my beloved homeland. The people of Hawaii do not deserve this, and I repeat, the people of Hawaii do not deserve this. If marriage equality is really the issue, then let's take the time to write a new and clear bill which addresses marriage equality, and let's leave out of SB1 all churches, businesses, small businesses, and all public accommodations. These establishments struggle to stay in business, especially in Hawaii. If they are sued, these establishments will have no other choice than to be shut down. Will that help our economy? I say no. I recite the state motto in closing. For my friends with the colorful lace, and those on the committee, and all those who are not familiar with the Hawaiian language, this simply means the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. And I repeat, the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. We are the life of the land, the people of Hawaii. I urgently say, vote no. Mahalo nui. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is 690, Gary Okabayashi.
Aloha. My name is Gary Okabayashi. I am also submitting this testimony on behalf of Lenny Zimmerman. We are both Hawaii residents and strongly support SB1. I was born and grew up in Honolulu and attended public schools and the University of Hawaii. In fact, Lenny and I attended my 50th Kalani High School reunion just this past August. Lenny grew up and worked in New York City. We moved to Waikiki in 2007. In short, Lenny and I are typical residents of the state. We are family members and your neighbors. Lenny is also my husband. After 35 years as a couple, we flew to California this month and were married on October 2. Since getting married before the end of the year was very important to us for federal tax purposes, we thought it best not to leave anything to chance. For over 13 years, I have had to pay taxes on the health insurance and travel benefits that Lenny receives from my former employer. These have now ended with our marriage. I should note that while we have federal tax benefits, we are still denied almost all of the federal marriage benefits. Enactment of SB1 is also a matter of fairness and aloha. No one should have to fly to another state to get married to get federal benefits. Residents should be able to get married before family and friends here in Honolulu. Since there are only 3 of us, the officiant, Lenny, and I, at our wedding in California, we are now celebrating our marriage with family and friends back here in Hawaii. The perfect wedding present would be for our marriage to be recognized by Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up we have before next up, the group that starts with 701 to 725, be ready to go, and 726 to 750, please come on down to the chamber level. Next up is 691, Sung Hee Moon. 691, 692.
692.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Guy Capelliella, and I want to start off by saying I oppose this bill. It's interesting that we use this word equality, because this bill, as I heard the Attorney General speak this morning, there's so much pukas, so much questions, and I have no confidence whatsoever that he can uphold some of the things that he believes will protect us. I'm a pastor, and I'm in fear that this bill will protect me from my rights as a pastor to say no, not because I hate homosexuals. It's because I live on my convictions. The other thing that upsets me a little bit with this, or a whole lot about this bill, is that how dare we prostitute this state because of revenue. That we need to protect. I'm a Hawaiian. I have deep roots. My family has deep roots in this state. How dare we look at revenue as a reason to make this bill right? And so I just ask that you guys would consider allowing the people to decide, because you are incapable, as huge as this thing is, you are incapable to speak for the people. And I ask that you would respect the people and that you would allow us to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, 693.
698.
698. Anyone between 692 and 698? Nope. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke and members of the committee. My name is Clayton Cole, pastor of First Assembly of God Church in 6 locations on Oahu, with almost 70 years of ministry in Hawaii. And I strongly oppose SB 1, marriage equality, because of the iniquities it will create and reverse discrimination it will impose on those who don't agree with same-sex marriage. In a rush to legislate marriage equality, you need to consider the majority of your constituents who already feel discriminated against by the process that we've been going through, who have already voiced their opposition loudly and clearly. The 3 reasons why I oppose this bill is because SB 1 discriminates against churches and people of faith who refuse to solemnize or do business with same-sex couples marriage. SB 1 is an infringement on our religious rights by establishing laws that prohibit the free exercise of religion, by penalizing any church that does not meet the public accommodation law or operate for profit. What does it mean to make a profit? How does a church can be sure that whoever is making a determination will be unbiased? Our church operates a preschool to high school that has an enrollment of average over 300 students, of whom are not members of our church. My concern is that this bill will open the door to challenges on our church in court based on the interpretation of public accommodation criteria. While one can argue that the church can win under the First Amendment Freedom of Religion Protection Clause, the question is, at what cost? SB 1 also discriminates against parental and teachers' rights by giving legal footing to mandate curriculum to teach homosexuality as normal behaviors in the school.
Thank you very much. Next is 699.
So I oppose this bill.
Scott
Thank you.
Kobayashi.
All right, good evening and aloha. My name is Scott Kobayashi. I'm 24 years of age, born and raised in Waipahu, Hawaii, and I oppose the passing of Senate Bill 1. I am a youth pastor at Moana Gardens Missionary Church, and after reading this bill, I believe the literature for religious exemptions for churches in SB 1 is still ambiguous, and it only protects the churches in the specific area of solemnizing marriages. I, as a pastor and our youth ministry, do many things to help out the local community. We offer counseling, outreach, sports, services, teaching, tutoring, and camps for the youth in the community. For example, I run youth camps that are held at our church for the community, and there is nothing to define what is allowed as far as the facilities usage on our church campus is concerned, because it is not covered in the bill, which only covers wedding celebrations. Will I be allowed to dictate our values on our campus during public accommodations? For instance, with the bathroom usage during a camp or any other public accommodation at our church, would I be able to say that only biological females are only allowed in a female restroom? Will churches be exempted from participating in volunteer community and school-run events because of their values? SB 1 protects paid staff of religious organizations, but what about individuals who are on a volunteer basis in these organizations? Are we protected in declining volunteers who don't agree with our values? My wish and desire is that there may be more time to really work through this bill so that I, as an individual, will truly have religious freedom and religious organizations can have their religious freedoms protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 700, Matthew Bright III. Okay, if he's not here, let's go ahead and stop here and take questions of this last group. Members, any questions? Representative McDermott.
Pastor Guy? Is he still here? Pastor Guy, is he still here? Okay, I guess he's gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, let's go ahead and move on to the next group, starting with 701, Gabriella Bright. 702. 703. 74. Who's next? Come on up.
What number?
What was your number?
707.
707. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gidget Towns. I would like to state that I am in strong opposition of Bill SB 1 in this special session. In 2010, my husband was deployed to Afghanistan for almost a year. There were many nights with tears in my eyes. I held my children while they cried because they missed their father, as did I. We had to face the painful reality that we did not know if our loved one was coming home. Thankfully, my husband did come home, but there are numerous families in Hawaii and across our nation that are without their loved one today because they died supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States of America. I find it hard to comprehend how you can allow the people to lay down their lives for our nation, but do not feel that their families and loved ones deserve a vote in a bill that redefines something as sacred as marriage. On Wednesday, one of the members of the Senate spoke saying, "This is not a bill about education, this is a bill about equal rights." If this is a bill about equal rights, then every person in the state of Hawaii deserves a vote on this bill. In Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, it says, "It is rather us to be here dedicated to the task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to the cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we highly resolve that these dead shall have not died in vain, that this nation under God shall have new birth of freedom, that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth." I am asking you to allow the people of Hawaii to decide on this issue of marriage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, number 708, Tiare Londo.
Aloha, good evening. My name is Tiare Londo. I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother. I'm the current title holder for Mrs. Oahu International here in the state of Hawaii, and I strongly, strongly oppose SB 1. I was once told that an acronym for FEAR is false evidence appearing real. And I would like to bring that to your mind tonight, that I believe right now our state is at a crossroad. And we cannot simply make decisions based off of fear. We need to give something as critical as redefining the very fiber of what marriage stands for, the time that is needed to properly vet this issue. So I ask each one of you that has been given the power to vote in this by the people of Hawaii to not operate in fear, but instead to operate in truth and truly ask yourself, do you really know what this is going to do to our state for generations to come? Take the time to truly evaluate in your heart if you feel that you have all of the truth that you need to make a decision this critical that will affect our children and their children, don't make a decision based on fear. My prayer is that whatever is the outcome, it would be based out of truth. Sometimes truth is worth the wait. Sometimes it is worth examination, time, prayer, consideration. Give yourself and give Hawaii the time that it takes to make the wise and best decision for this great state. Thank you so much for the opportunity to let you know that I strongly oppose SB 1. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next is 709, Lance Londo. Okay.
Aloha, and thank you guys for your time. I know it's been a long day for you guys, but I just come here standing in the gap for my wife, my children, my grandchildren, and the future generations, and I strongly oppose of SB 1. And I'd just like to say, please let us, the people, vote. The people who put you in place, who gave you the power, let us vote. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, 710.
I'm 712.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Aloha. Honorable Chairs Rhodes, Luke, members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committee, we are Jessica and Veni Villapando, longtime residents of Kalihi Valley. We strongly oppose SB 1. On Monday evening, my husband and I were witness to the great throngs of people who surged upon the state capitol in an incredible expression of freedom to speak boldly and sing in unison for love of Hawaii. This is love that showed individual sacrifice and effort to seek truth that comes from the self-evident reality of our humanity. So hundreds of people spoke to the Senate committee members with much conviction, with facts, warnings to persuade them not to redefine marriage. But the majority of the members were not persuaded because the minds of those particular members remained firmly locked in their own opinion. And sadly, now the Senate has passed this bill. Really, they did not listen to the people. This action by the Senate is an act of grave irresponsibility, an act that reveals a mentality that authoritarian government is now operating in Hawaii under the guise of a democratic process that we, the people, hold dear. I ask you, honorable members of this joint committee, to not allow the powerful forces for special interest to hold you hostage. Do not allow these forces, whether it be for great political influence or lucrative material gain, to prevent you from representing us, the people of Hawaii.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you.
Next up is
We
713.
oppose this bill.
713, 714, 715, 716, 777. Who's next?
721.
721, great.
All right. Hi, my name is Trenton Oshiro. I'm 25 years old. I represent the young people of Hawaii. This bill will affect every area of our life: education, business, personal freedom, and religious freedom. Can we honestly say that in 5 days we have thought through this bill and all these liabilities? Can we honestly say we see potential dangers? Can we honestly say that this bill is ready to be put into law? On principle, if I were a representative, even if I supported this bill, I would vote no, because this makes a mockery of our democracy. Just by the many unclear answers from the Attorney General makes me very uncomfortable about this bill. What is the rush? Why can't this be handled in a regular session? On principle, please vote no, because this is circumventing the democratic process. If you vote yes on this bill, you're advocating the special session, limiting the public input, and you are saying no to democracy. You, as representatives, have the duty and have the honor to represent your districts accurately and adequately. It's a noble job, and it's a tough job. I always thought this government is ruled for the people and by the people. The majority of the people of Hawaii don't want this bill to be passed. So if you vote yes, you're saying to me that my voice in the majority is less important than the voice of the minority. If you vote yes, you're advocating this bill for less than 1% of the population to redefine marriage for the other 99% of the population. If you vote no on this bill, I believe you're saying yes to democracy. If you vote no on this bill, I believe that you're putting your personal feelings aside, possibly, and you're representing your districts adequately and honestly. I'm proud to announce that 3 weeks ago, my wife gave birth to my first daughter, and I'm so happy. And I want to tell my daughter that you can trust this government. I want to tell my daughter you can trust this legislature. But if you vote yes, I'm not sure I can do that to say to my daughter honestly. But it's not late to fix. Vote no on principle that this is circumventing democratic process, and vote no that your district is so that your district can be adequately.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next up, 722, 723.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke and members of both committees. My name is Carly Miata, and I was born and raised here on Oahu, and I'm opposed to Senate Bill 1. In listening to the numerous legal questions and concerns presented to the Attorney General earlier today, there seems to be a lot of potential for inequality and discrimination arising from this bill for equality. I agree with my sister who stated earlier that good legislation should prevent litigation, not create it. I believe that our existing rights to freedom of speech, religion, and conscience should be protected first and foremost, as well as the culture and traditions of Hawaii. As written, SB 1 does not guarantee this protection. The separation of church and state was intended to prevent either party from controlling the other. State government should not be able to tell the local churches what they can or cannot believe or do, regardless of their position on this issue. Please uphold the voice of the people and vote no to SB 1. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, 724.
Chair Rhodes and Luke and the members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committee, my name is Eunice Tangonan, and I'm here to testify that I strongly oppose SB 1. As a lot of people already pointed out, in 1998, it was decided by the people of Hawaii to give the legislature the power to define marriage as between one man and one woman. So I don't understand why there is now a bill that is called during a special session to redefine marriage. Since at the very root of it, this bill redefines marriage, I believe that the people of Hawaii should decide. Also, this bill protects the rights of a small group of people, less than 1% of Hawaii's population, while infringing on the rights of the majority of people. This bill is one-sided, and if passed the way it is written, there can be possible reverse discrimination, as we have already heard happening in Canada and in Massachusetts. For such a very important issue that will affect our state forever, it does not make sense to me that our legislators are voting to legalize it during a 5-day special session where there can be no proper vetting. In my viewpoint, the only democratic and right way to address it is to have the public input from both sides and let the people of Hawaii decide. So I ask you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Last person in this group would be 725. No. Okay, members, any questions for this last group? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the next group, starting with 726. 28, come on up. I'll do one more group and then I'll take a break. Okay.
Thank you, folks. My name is John Honnold. I'm a resident of Kapolei and also a pastor at One Love Ministries. I'm opposed to SB 1. I'll just say that right away. But let me tell you what, I'm a huge fan of what we're doing here tonight. I'm a huge fan of this process. I love the democratic process. I love, even though I don't agree with the initial way we started session, I love what's going on in this session. I think it's great. And I'm an idealistic believer in the wisdom of an informed populace. I do not believe that these few days of special session adequately answers the myriad of great questions and concerns on both sides of the issue, nor allow you to make an informed decision on behalf of the people of Hawaii. I further believe that the very magnitude and historical implications of this bill preclude you or the governor from making a decision apart from the people of Hawaii. Thomas Jefferson was a strong and vocal advocate of the referendum process, which in his view recognized the people to be the sovereign. Whereas the King of England spoke of his power to govern being derived from God, Jefferson knew that those chosen to represent the citizenry as envisioned in a republic form of government were only empowered by the people. James Madison, as did Jefferson, knew too well the possibility that in a republic, those chosen to rule can and would on occasion become consumed with their power and take actions not consistent with the Constitution or their constituents, actions that represented their self-interest and not the interests of the people. Extended research, discussion, and debate, another legislative session, get us in November. I ask your forgiveness. I will be more informed. I will make a vote next fall. The state constitution finally says, all political power of the state is inherent in the people, and the responsibility for exercise thereof rests with the people. I urge you to just wait. Please wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, 729, Isaiah Chong.
Aloha. You all tonight are not here to decide if Jesus, Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, or any other deity approves of or disapproves of same-sex marriage, or if it is seen as a sin or an abomination. That is not your job as a legislature. Tonight you are here to look at SB 1 and pass it. And I recommend you pass it without amendments, because I feel that if you amend it to allow any small business or person to discriminate on one charge, you'll have to allow them to discriminate on all charges. And that is not right, and it is a dangerous precedent to set. I am here to tell you that there's 3 distinct branches of government in Hawaii and in America. So please do your job as the legislature and pass it to the executive so he can sign it soon. And if need be, the courts will take their duties that is granted to them by both state and federal constitutions. Now I tell you another thing. There are kinks in the law, and every law has its kinks, and over time, they are straightened out. Now, as legislatures, you must pass laws to do what is in the people's best interest. Yes, they're saying let the people decide. A lot of people are saying that. Now, you have your laptops in front of you. If you Google how many discrimination laws were repealed by the people, most are repealed, if not all, by the legislatures or by the courts of states and nations worldwide. So please do not let civil liberties and matters of discrimination go to a group as hostile as you have seen in the last few hours and I have seen at the Senate. Please take the matters of heart of all people. But when you go into your deliberations, please remember that religion has no place in the United States Constitution or in the state constitution. And yes, I am a Christian and I am an Episcopalian like I believe Mrs. or Ms. Thielen is. So in my last 7 seconds, I ask God to bless you all, whether you agree with me or not, and I ask you to please do your job as you were elected to do. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you very much. Next up, 7:30, Minister Hector Hoyos.
Aloha all. My name is Hector Hoyos. I am a minister, and I'm also a big drag queen. And I travel a lot in this country for most of my life, actually, since 1986. Defending people against bigotry and the church. The church has no place for bigotry. What has gotten the church in so much trouble in the last 20, 30, 40 years? They're bigots. They want your money. They say that you people, I guess you people here decide for the whole state too? It's their job to decide for the state.
Please talk to us. Don't talk to the audience. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Rhodes. So I want to actually just calm down. You all know my view. I believe in SB 1. I believe in equality. I work with kids that are thrown out from their parents. Okay? Literally. Thrown out because they're gay. Nothing else. Not black, not Asian, because they're gay. So you're quoting a lot of our forefathers. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Another one, I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. You all are fabulous people, and I know a lot of you, and I know you all have good hearts in you. Please do the right thing for Hawaii. It is your job to do it, not send it back to the people. We know already there are a lot of rats out there, and I'm being very honest because they're being very honest to me. Aloha, Zal, and I appreciate your time today, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, 731.
Greeting to Chairs Rhodes and Luke and committee members. My name is Connie Wong. I'm a physician and in opposition to SB 1. Proponents of this bill say society has changed. Well, that's true. Here are some facts from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. HIV incidence is rapidly growing in kids aged 13 to 24 since 2008, and the rate of AIDS has also increased in this same age group. Youth do not protect themselves from HIV, and they do not test for it. They spread the disease at high rates, and they do not believe they can become infected. Here's another shocker. 45% of Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders convert from HIV to AIDS in 1 year. Very rapid. And this is the greatest of any ethnic group in the United States. The CDC recommends parental involvement with their children and says this is the most effective way to avoid infection, aside from abstinence. Remember, all of these facts are based on well-designed studies by our government. Contrast this with, in Massachusetts, Ontario, and in other states, parents are arrested if they meddle in their children's affairs. Parents are not allowed to be involved in their children's activities in or out of school, especially in the activity has anything to do with sex. Children as young as 12 and 13 are given lists of gay bars with addresses and phone numbers with advertisements such as, "We like young guys." The same-sex marriage states have seen a large increase in promiscuity and sexually transmitted diseases such as gonorrhea, which now has developed a resistant strain and is very difficult to treat. As you can see, SB 1 contradicts the CDC recommendations and will be very costly to our state. The numbers do not lie. Please do not sell out our kids. It is your duty to protect our keiki to the best of your ability. The way to do this is to vote no. To vote yes could cost them their lives. Allow parents and people to vote on same-sex marriage. It will affect them and their children profoundly. So you see, SB 1 is more than redefining marriage. Thanks
very much. Next up is 732.
My name is Roland Yee, 732. Representatives Rhodes, Luke, and the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Roland Yee, and although I appreciate your due diligence in this entire process, especially hearing now that you guys went through 1,100 plus in 60 days, that's crazy, I still oppose SB 1. Please listen to the voice of the people who represent what currently makes this land a unique gem in all the world. You know, I was born and raised to believe that the lawmakers are subject to the will of the people. You know, our taxes go towards your paychecks. And, you know, I really thank you for your diligence in seeking justice. Please help us listen to the will of the people. I would recommend that since you are in a tight spot, just let the people decide. You know, why are we rushing this bill? It's flawed. There's so many questions still. Please, again, you know, let the people decide. There is a way. I know that there is. There is a way that we are able to love all people, homosexual and heterosexual and somewhere in between, and yet preserve our island culture. That makes us unique. To the supporters of this bill, I understand your passion because marriage is holy and sacred, and it's something that you want. You also want the benefits that go along with that. However, it's my belief that God is the one who invented the institution of marriage, defining it between a man and a woman. It's not my jurisdiction. But I can't just stand by passively and let other people redefine something that, in my opinion, God defined. So, you know what? Let's drop this bill. Let's move on to other ways we can positively affect our community. Let's address other things that are equally as important, like these kids that are getting thrown out on the streets, the homelessness, and others.
Thank you very much. Next up is 733.
It's 7:34.
734, fire away.
Okay, my name is Josie. I'm from Eva Beach. I'm a veteran, husband, and father of 3 children. Before we eat, we pray. Before they go to sleep, we pray. Before I take them to school, we pray. These are some of the values that were passed on to me by my parents, and these are the values that my kids, that I want them to pass on to their children and to their children's children. If this bill is passed, I'm worried about the impact it will create to us Christians and to our children. Please reconsider. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up is Mr. Haregrove, sorry, 735. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kai Haregrove, and I oppose SB1. And this bill is nothing but a train wreck that's going to happen. And I am representing the 500 people that's downstairs right now that's side waving and declaring let the people vote. My recommendation is to kill this bill and pass a constitutional amendment saying let the people vote. Let the people decide on this very controversial matter. Thank you all. Aloha, and you all have a blessed day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For those who are in the next group, in the 751 to 775 group, please come on down to the chamber and get signed in. And for the next group, 776 to 800, please start getting ready. Next up, we have 736. Who's next? 736, 737, 738, 739, 740, 741. Okay, 740.
Dear Honorable Chairs and the members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committees, my name is Phoebe Ho, and the number is 740. Thank you for allowing me to express my strong opposition to the SB1 bill relating to the marriage equality. Marriage between a man and a woman has existed since mankind was created by our loving God with a purpose for our human being. This sacred and unique human privilege has gone from generation to generation. It provides a balanced environment for our children to grow. Both father and mother play a significant role in the way a child is raised. Marriage cannot be redefined, cannot be altered, cannot be replaced at all. I urge you, our governor, senators, and representatives, who we really trusted and elected as our responsible leaders, to stop this special session and vote a no to the bill. We need to consider the consequences of same-sex marriage that other states have experienced. We should let the people decide whether marriage has to be kept between a man and a woman. I also have a few words to the people who support the same-sex marriage. I ask you to consider not use marriage as a way of claiming your rights and equality. I trust that our responsible government will find solutions to protect and preserve your rights, other than by the use of marriage. Thank you for hearing my voice, and God bless you. And we can make a good decision for our state.
Thank you very much. 741, 742, 748, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Rhodes and Luke, and also the representatives. I appreciate the fact that we're able to just stand here and speak to you. My name is Francine Kabab. I'm a registered voter of Wahiawa, and I have 4 school-age children. And if I was to die, like in the next hour or in the next minute, you'll see me standing here strongly opposing SB 1. And the reason being is because it's not that I'm a bigot or a hater or anything like that. It's because of my children. I'm here for my children. And I did some research, and I found out there are certain things that other states that have passed this same-sex marriage bill that have gone through lawsuits. You know, an example of that is something that I would share really briefly is if a male identifies as a female and wants to use a female restroom or a locker room, where does that leave the female? It's something that we need to think about. And then not only that, but what if the male pretends to be gay? And so those are the issues that we want to make sure that we are looking at before we pass a bill like this. Are we protecting the equality of our children, the equality of the rights of the parents? And that's why I stand here, is to please reconsider. Please think about this. Why don't you just leave it with the voters, leave it to the people to decide on such a big issue of marriage. So I thank you. I strongly oppose this bill, SB 1. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Before I forget, I just want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the hearing is that if you want to testify for this hearing, you need to sign up by midnight. So it's still 4 hours away, but you know, time's moving fast. Let's see, what do we got next? Yes.
Just point of clarification. So people are, let's say, in the 3500s, do they still need to be here by midnight to sign up?
If you haven't signed up yet, you need to sign up. But if you've already registered and you got a number, you're fine.
Okay, so long as people have a number,
So
they don't have to come.
You just need to get the number.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Let's see, where were we? 749?
54.
Okay, let me break. That's the next group. Let me break and see if any members have questions for the last group that just finished testifying. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Luke.
754, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Myrna Junk. I'm born and raised in these islands. I am Hawaiian, French, and Portuguese. And as I listen, especially to row number 6 for the last few hours sitting behind me, our eloquent traveler and friends, the ridicule, because maybe some of us aren't so eloquent, but in our state of Hawaii, we support one another. We love one another. We have our own little arguments and differences, but we don't ridicule one another, as wherever you're from, I truly wish you would learn to have love and speak from love. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Can the members...
There was another gentleman here earlier that spoke of love, of his love from Australia or Britain or whatever. We have love. I have a love in our church. We collect special envelopes every single week to support pregnant teens, gays and lesbians, food pantries. We do all we can to help our communities, and outside the community, we support a portion of our church gatherings goes to all of the state to use where it's needed. With that said, we're talking about equality. The state of being equal quantities. Approximately 80% of Americans have religious beliefs, 73% in Hawaii. Was it equality that removed prayer from our public schools? Removed the cross from the hilltop at Camp Smith? Changed So Help Me God from an oath to an option? Did equality place same-sex education in homeroom classrooms? Seek gay history to be a part of our school's curriculum? Create a school for gay, lesbian students? Hatred against everything and everyone that is different is a horrible part of society, and that's where education is needed, especially in the home and in the church. Same-sex marriage is the first step towards you opening Pandora's box in Hawaii.
Okay, thank you. Next up, what number? 760. Okay, 760. And if 776 to 800 can start lining up. Go ahead.
Okay. Dear Honorable Chair Luke and distinguished committee members, my name is Robert Azam, a father of 3 from Hawaii Kai. I strongly oppose the same-sex marriage, SB 1. I actually feel saddened to testify about this issue of the same-sex marriage. It should not be an issue at all in the first place. Marriage is between a man and a woman, period. If this concept of marriage is challenged, let the people, not the legislature, decide. I am also gravely concerned about the consequences of the passage of this bill. If this bill passes, it won't be the end of it. It will be the beginning of social problems. It is a Pandora box. I have 3 children at the age of 17, 12, and 10. My high school senior son is already concerned about the possibility of running into females coming into using their male locker rooms because they claim that they are the male partners. I will also be scared to death to even just think of letting my 10-year-old daughter to use public restrooms because she may run into males who claim that they are females. If we pass this bill legalizing same-sex marriage, sooner or later, we will face the issue of marriage between maybe human beings and animals like pets, or even one man and multiple wives, or one wife and multiple husbands. Dear chairs and the committee members, I urge you that you come to your senses and think about your children and your children's children. Vote no to this bill to keep marriage as marriage and oppose the same-sex marriage. God bless you all. God forgive Hawaii, and God forgive America. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please step up and state your number.
771.
771. Thank you.
Dear Chairs Rhodes, Chair Claire, and the rest of our legislative committees. My name is Winona Lee, and I am of Hawaiian ancestry. I am a wife, a mother, and a grandmother. I come today to testify, and I'm opposing to the special session and same-sex marriage bill. 1, I am saying no to same-sex marriage, and 2, let the people decide. Marriage is defined as a union between a man and a woman. It is only a man and a woman who can procreate. Marriage is not created of any state. Rather, it was established by God in paradise for our first parents, Adam and Eve. The specific primary purpose of marriage is to perpetuate the perpetuation of the human race and the raising of children. Marriage is not just any relationship between human beings. It is the relationship rooted in human nature and therefore governed by natural law. Promoters of same-sex marriage propose something entirely different. You are proposing a union between 2 men or 2 women, which 2 entirely different things cannot be considered the same thing. This is the most important reason. Whenever one violates the natural moral order established by God, one sin offends God. We, the constituents, have elected and trusted each one of you into office, making the upright and moral decisions for the good of the people and society that we will not affect our future generations to come. Listen to the people. Hear the people. The majority of our constituents are against same-sex marriage. This is neither a civil rights issue nor a discriminatory issue. It is a moral issue. Blessed is the nation whose God is under God.
We're going to take the next group. Can you come up? And please state your number.
Good evening. My number is 780.
Okay.
My name is Andrew Yasuhara.
Okay, hold on just a sec. If anybody is from 801 to 850, if you could start making your way to the auditorium and start registering. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. As I look around the room, I see people who got involved in politics because you believe that you could make a change. You believe that this world could be a better place because of your contributions. You also believed in the system that was set in place to make the changes necessary. And with that said, I am testifying in opposition to SB 1 on the grounds that a special session circumnavigates the democratic process. As an American citizen, I believe in the process laid out by our forefathers, and I'm a true believer in the democratic process. One hearing, one day, does not do this issue nor our democratic system justice. Is it possible to hear all the sides, facets, and angles of such an important issue? What is the rush? There are 34 other states that do not feel the need to rush such an important issue through a special session. The other 49 states see the value in taking the time necessary during a regular session to hammer out all the details, so why can't we do the same thing? I implore you to remember why you became involved in the greatest political system here on earth. I also beg you to take the time necessary to look at all the benefits and the ramifications of this bill. To rush something through that is this important would be unfair to both sides. I'm opposed to SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up. Please state your name and number.
Teresa, 787.
Thank you.
Chairman Rhodes and Luke and all committee members, thank you for this opportunity to testify, and thank you for your patience in listening to all this testimony. I'm opposed to SB 1 for several reasons. For the definition of marriage, and also that this is such a rushed process that we really haven't taken the time to answer all the questions that have been arising about several issues. So I asked, why don't we just slow down and really work on this together to come up with the best solution? I really think we can do better than this. And so why don't we just wait for HB 5 and let the people decide. And I just want to thank you very much for your time to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up. Please state your name and number.
My number is 795.
Okay.
My name is Sheldon Laxina. Aloha, and thank you for being here tonight. I'm 41 years old, born and raised here on Oahu in Waimanalo. My wife and I have 2 children and 3 grandchildren, and I am the lead pastor of New Hope Hilo, Hawaii, with a congregation of up to 2,300 people. As a citizen, I oppose SB 1. One magician said it well. He said, come close, because the closer you are, the less you'll see. We're focusing so closely on marriage equity and not seeing the ramifications of the magic trick. Have any of you ever made a major decision without first counting the cost? As a pastor, I welcome every single person into our church. This bill has already affected us and our church because the people are not educated enough and are asking questions that you can't even answer. Why so quick? Well, magicians call it sleight of hand. It's to manipulate objects such as cards and coins secretly. How will this affect our children? Again, you don't even know the answer. Yet there are other states that we can learn from. We have wonderful representatives in our district, Onishi and Tsuji. And all of Hilo in your district is watching you. And if you vote no, I guarantee you, they will keep your job. According to KITV.com's web poll, as of this afternoon, 86% of the people said, let us vote. Why would the people say that? Because when we voted in 1998, the intent was defining marriage between one man and one woman. And yes, we did read the amendment giving the lawmakers the power to decide, but again, sleight of hand. And here we are today. There is not enough to protect churches or businesses or education. And why are we redefining marriage instead of redefining civil unions better?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, please come up. Can you state your number?
Number 798. My name's Dave Bybee. I'm from Laie, and I oppose Senate Bill number 1. The assurances we've heard in the past few days that our public schools will not be affected like those in Massachusetts, or that religious liberties are broadly protected in this bill, are hollow. Because if this issue really is one of discrimination and we fix it by legalizing gay marriage with some religious exemptions, am I not still discriminating if I refuse to perform marriages for same-sex couples? or if I refuse to let my children be taught about gay marriage in public schools? If this truly is about discrimination, then the answer is yes. But this is not about discrimination. Granted, it has been well packaged in stories about skin color in Virginia and Maluhia on the islands of Niihau. But if we peel off the dramatically colored wrapping, we can see that it is not about discrimination. It is about recognition, legal recognition of relationships. And as hard as it is for some to hear this, not all relationships are equal. I teach biology, but you don't have to be a biologist to know this. Yes, there are many different types of human relationships, but only one can generate new life, and only one is the best at nurturing young life, and that is marriage between a man and a woman. That is why societies throughout history have protected it, because it protects society and perpetuates society. To those who say that legalizing gay marriage will have no effect on any but those allowed to marry, I say, show me the data. I don't see any data to support that hypothesis. In fact, I see the opposite. In closing, saying that marriage, homosexual marriage and heterosexual marriage are equal in the benefits they provide to society and thus deserve equal protection will not make it so. There is no reparation, no operation, and no legislation that can do that. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up. What number is? Can you state your number?
776.
776. Yeah, please go ahead.
Can I reach? Good evening, Honorable Chairs Rhodes and Chair Luke and members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committees. My name is Marie T. Rory, and I'm in strong opposition to SB 1. It's my opinion that the issue of same-sex marriage should be voted on by the public, such as on the ballot. The use of a special session limits my opportunity to voice my opinion on this issue and may result in legislation that does not represent the will of the people you have elected to represent. I believe that if this issue is placed on the ballot, those who have not yet registered to vote will be motivated to participate in this privilege, and the younger and older generations of Hawaii and residents on the neighbor isles will have a better representation of how we want the future to be. As adults, we have individual choice on what or who to be, but to be exposed to this alternative lifestyle at a young age, which is occurring in elementary schools, it can contribute to greater problems in society and in the child's physical and emotional development. If the children are encouraged to try a different identity from day to day, like in school, when they begin to complete forms for like legal purposes such as employment, etc., not only will it confuse themselves, but even the legal authorities and agencies. I don't think there's a plan yet in terms of how does the government, or anyway, how is the paperwork being done? That's not even planned yet, I guess. Anyhow, whatever happened to SR 123, where a local task force was supposed to review the effects on social, economic, and religious impacts? I thought the report was supposed to be submitted no later than November 1st. Anyway, vote by your hearts.
Okay, thank you. Next, can you come up? Okay, what number is she? 800. 802. Okay, so why don't we take questions for any of the testifiers who testified so far? Any questions? If not, let's go on to 802, and we're going to take from 801 to 850. If people who are 851 to 900 could start checking in the front. Please proceed.
My name is Cola Hinchcliffe, number 802. I am testifying in opposition of SB 1. My concerns are similar to those stated by others, specifically the lack of religious freedom provided by this bill. However, I'd like to address another concern with my statements now. Over the past several weeks, myself and several other young adults have put in countless hours educating ourselves on this bill, informing others, and encouraging the public to get involved. Within a matter of weeks, I've been amazed as I've watched our small group mobilize and unite with what is now thousands of concerned citizens who are now making their concerns heard. However, my biggest concern now is that our voices are falling on deaf ears, the ears of those we have elected to represent us in the most important issues of law. As I've listened to your responses to public testimonies and have personally spoken with several of you, I feel that many legitimate concerns are being brushed aside and misunderstood. There are too many questions left unanswered. Your constituents are speaking, and loudly. Are you listening? Your actions will not go unnoticed. And I assure you that we will work just as hard to make our voices heard just as loudly come election time. Please, I urge you, please respect the people who have appointed you. Represent your people appropriately and honestly. Please vote no on SB 1. Thank you.
Next up, please come up.
Number 806.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Christine Mahoya Sue. Traditional marriage. Marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God. Father, mother, child, children, family. This is the fundamental unit of society. The family is also ordained of God. I am opposed to Senate Bill 1 because my granddaughter and other keiki will be taught that homosexual relationships are normal, and their education on homosexuality will not stop there. Father, mother, child. This is the natural order. Homosexual relationships are not normal. A father and a father, or a mother and a mother, cannot produce a child. I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Being forced to recognize what God does not recognize is wrong. We are being forced to follow a law that is not God's law. Have we taken the time to study out how this change will affect our society, our children or generations to come? Have we searched out the effects of these countries and states that have legalized same-sex marriage? Have we really taken the time needed to ensure this is right for everyone? This is far more important than benefits and money. This will change our society, a change I fear will not be positive. This is such an important issue, one that shouldn't be rushed. If you are going to restructure the institution of marriage, I humbly ask that you let the people decide. Thank you.
Okay, next up. Please state your number and name.
Sherry, 807.
Thank you.
I'm terrified to be speaking in front of a panel full of really intellectual people, but because it's important to me, I found the courage to say that I believe in traditional marriage. I have seen an individual change from gay to straight and back again. Some just sees where it goes. It's a changing status. Why redefine marriage on a changing preference based on emotional or sexual choices? I believe in traditional marriage. A child needs both their mother and their father. You need both male and female to create a child. I am a mother. I do not want my child to be raised by society's standards. I want my child to be raised as I was, with the same standard of truth that I know, the truth that has made me the person that I am today. I believe in traditional marriage. When you vote on this bill, you're not casting a vote to protect homosexuals or heterosexuals. It is not even a vote asking what you believe in. You are casting your vote to protect Hawaii and its people, all of its people, not just a minority, not just a religious group, but Hawaii's people, Hawaii's businesses. What effect will this have? Listen to the testimonies of those from Canada that oppose this bill. That's Hawaii's future should this bill pass. You vote on what's best for our state. You are the voice of the people, elected by the people and for the people. I believe in traditional marriage. If a decision cannot be made that protects all of Hawaii's people, don't rush it. Just stop the bill or let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up.
Aloha. My name is Vivian Assam. My number is 811.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank each and every one of you for going through these grueling testimonies. And I don't want to share anything that hasn't already been shared. I mean, everything has been said. So I would like to take at least 15 seconds of my time. And I know this might not be a normal thing, but if you would like, our legislators, if you would like to just stand and stretch, and I'll give you 15 seconds of my time. You haven't had that starting now. Anybody want to stand and stretch? There we go. There we go. There we go. You guys give to us, and I just want to share that gift back to you. Wonderful. So all I want to do is, first of all, I just want to thank you, express my deep gratitude for your willingness to be the voice of your constituents and for the courage you have in facing all the challenges that comes with being in such a critical decision-making position. I'm going to skip a whole paragraph because you guys are more important and you guys heard all this stuff. I just want to say, I strongly oppose SB 1. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony, and I pray that the wisdom from our Most High God will overflow your hearts and minds, and that your decision for righteousness will allow God to just bless you and bless your families. We have chosen you to be our voice, and we cry out to you today to let the people decide. Our votes are from our hearts and not pressured by special interest groups. Rather, we are here to pursue righteousness. We know who our leaders are and what votes they will cast. We are letting our voices be heard now, and rest assured, our voices will be heard in future elections. I strongly oppose SB 1. Thank you very much, each and every one of you. Aloha.
Next, please come up.
Hi, my name is Terry Yoshinaga, and my number is 813. I come to you today to share God's heart. First, I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. My concern is for both parties involved. Many people are using religion, laws, rules, and historic documentation. Sin is a sin no matter how you look at it. The Bible clearly states that God doesn't want any to perish, but all to come to repentance. This passage was written for all involved today and for all humanity. This is truly God's heart for humanity because He is God. He also mentions this because of the love He has for us all. It is His love that will heal, restore, forgive, open, close, fill every void, answer every question, including yours. In closing, my question to you today is, are you willing to allow God's love to heal all involved and to bring a God solution to the state of Hawaii? Salvation is only through Jesus Christ and what He did on the cross. May God use you as a mighty vessel to make tremendous impact on this beautiful state of Hawaii. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up.
Morning. Thank you for giving me the time. My name is Zarek Jackson, and my number is 816.
Thank you.
I want to say hi to my children and my family. I love you guys. I'm taking the time to, to be away from them to voice my strong opposition to this bill. I am a Christian, but I'm not going to stand on my Christian box right now. I want you guys to really think about what this is. It is not about Christian, it's about non-Christian. And I could say, yeah, I have friends that are gay, but I don't like to say that because I don't like it when people say, oh yeah, some of my best friends are black. And this has nothing to do with that. But it is not natural. It is not a natural thing for two men to be together, and it is not a natural thing for two women to be together. We need to really look at this, because if we start passing bills based on people's feelings, what comes next? All right? I'm a black man. I have children who are not Hawaiian. They can't go to Kamehameha schools. I have to accept the fact that they can't go to Kamehameha schools based on their ethnicity. Kamehameha schools is for Hawaiians. If I can't do that, then my kids can't go. All right? And furthermore, I would like to say that we are in this position because of who we put in office. And people need to really start thinking about who they're voting for and what they stand for. It's not about a rail. It is not about streets or sidewalks. It is about people's lives. And we need to look and think about who we're voting for when we put people in office. And Governor Abercrombie is the one who has these people here, not them. I know that you guys are here because he called this special session for you guys. And it's not about that. And the last thing I want to say, the reason he's doing all of this is because the root of all evil, the love of money, is the root of all evil. And we need to look at the things that we're doing.
Next up, please come up. Please state your number.
823.
Okay, thank you.
Shucks, Auntie took my thing. I was going to make you stretch and, you know, kind of break the ice. And I guess we could just go right to killing the bill. But, you know. Okay. All right. So, my name is Stephanie Sato. We've heard many great testimonies from those who are opposed to SB number 1 and their reasons why. I too am another one of those that are opposed. As a Christian, as a mom of 6, as a patriot of this great country, it burdens our hearts that we've come to a time and place where you, our representatives, have turned a deaf ear to the majority of all ages, race, religions, and walks of life of this city, this state's cries to not let this bill go through. I take responsibility for having been brought to this place where I now have to defend a very personal and moral biblical institute created and ordained by God. I take responsibility for not being involved earlier, being lazy, slothful, and ignorant where you, our representatives, are concerned. Given more time, I ask that you give us the right on this matter to vote before your next election for each of your seats. You will find that our voice will be loud and clear as it was evident throughout this whole week and in the past. There are other states that have allowed this similar bill to pass. Let the opposition go there. You speak for us, the majority, and me, the person, on this matter. I am first and foremost a wife of 22 years. I am greatly offended that any other man or woman would be called wife or husband by anything else other than what is clearly defined by God, blessed and anointed before His throne of grace in His institution of marriage. I speak not just for myself, but for many whose lives have touched mine, including the hearts of my children. Please
step up next.
kill the bill.
Please state your number.
Hi, my name is Joshua Perlon. My number is 824.
Okay.
The reason why I'm here today is I'm in opposition to SB 1. Even though I'm a Christian and I'm opposed to gay marriage, I don't like the bill as it is written because it doesn't provide broad religious exemptions. It only protects the clergy, like the pastors, to not solemnize same-sex marriage. But what about ordinary people like me who go to church? We are not protected under that bill. That's the main reason why I'm opposed to that bill. And I ask that you kill that bill and consider Marcus O'Shea's House Bill 6, which provides broad religious exemptions to everyone and will protect people like me and other people that are non-Christians, like photographies that take photographs at the wedding as such. So please kill this bill and consider Marcus O'Shea's House Bill 6. Thank you.
Next, please come up.
Jed Tissot, 825.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you for your leadership and dedication to our Hawaii. I stand against this bill, SB 1, on behalf of my ohana and my daughter, nephews, and nieces who are in school to be educators. I did not want to get involved, but as a parent and future grandparent, I am very concerned about our freedom and rights during this special session. Our fathers and grandfathers and uncles sacrificed their lives for our freedom as members of the 442 and the 100th Battalion. Let us honor their legacy by being sure that all of our freedoms are safe and intact. Recently, my 18-year-old son went to a presentation regarding the consequences of same-sex marriage in Canada and Massachusetts. It was great to hear his passion and decision to become a registered voter. This situation has given him a purpose to vote. He wants to protect his rights as a future parent and the rights of his children. The legacy of our future generations is at stake. We hope it's not too late. As an educator in the DOE, I am very concerned about the future of public education. We have attended several meetings to gain an understanding about the consequences. The consequences have the potential to be very devastating. I know some say it will never happen in Hawaii. The curriculum and extracurricular activities can place unnecessary pressures on children to conform. Parents are not allowed to let their children opt out of the classes. Are we okay with the courts deciding if a parent has the right to raise their child? Our job is to support and honor all of our children and parents regardless of their belief. As an educator and potential administrator, I am not willing to teach something that I believe will harm or will be a disservice to the children and families of Hawaii. There is a strong possibility that I will leave a profession that I love if I cannot protect the rights of all children. We cannot be ignorant in regards to the potential of this issue. It is our responsibility and kuleana. Let the life of the land be perpetuated in righteousness. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please continue to serve our state and community with diligence and integrity.
Thank you.
Let the people decide on this contentious issue. Aloha.
Next up. Next, please come up.
Aren't you finished with the 25?
No, we're doing 50 at all. Please state your number.
826.
Okay, thank you.
Ed Sato. Good evening. I came here today with my family, my wife, and I have 6 kids. My son's not here, but I came here to oppose this bill, SB1. But I came here to oppose SB1 bill. But more importantly, I came here to support the sanctity of marriage, the traditional marriage, definition of marriage as one man and one woman. This is the same definition that we voted for in '98 on a ballot, and we voted overwhelmingly for the definition to be between one man and one woman. I think it was over 69% of us. And now we're back here today discussing the new definition of marriage. And we all thought at that time that this issue was over. So what has happened since then, I don't know. What was the purpose of us voting for that in '98 if we are here today in 2013 to change our vote? And it's on Halloween, All Hallows Eve. You know, it's very ironic. We gave the state legislature, you guys, the authority to define the marriage between one man and one woman. Now we're back here again, and we're thinking, okay, we could go back to our lives, but then now activists started saying, hey, it's time. The time is right. The time is to strike now. And all I'm asking you guys is, if you pass this, think about what you're doing, the unintentional and intentional consequences. We will go down a road that we won't come back from. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
My name is Sumner LaCroix. I'm a professor at the University of Hawaii. I'm also with the Department of Economics and the University of Hawaii Economic Research Organization. I'm the co-author of a report on the impact of same-sex marriage on the state's economy. I wrote the report. There's 2 versions of the report. One is last January 2013. There's an update that came out after the Supreme Court decisions in June 2013. We put the update out in July. I wrote the report to try to clarify some issues, basically just to provide some facts. One item that had been of interest to people in earlier rounds of the debate on same-sex marriage and on civil unions was how many couples in the state would be expected to enter into civil unions. The census data for the state shows there's only a little over 3,200 gay and lesbian couples in the state who are living together. It's expected that approximately 1,900 of the couples will enter into a same-sex marriage. The second data that we tried to clarify was the impact of same-sex marriage on health insurance costs. The answer is it's relatively small, almost negligible, partly because civil unions essentially provided anybody who wanted to enter into a civil union in order to get health care benefits. That was done under the vestige of civil union. The only area really left in that particular place is with people who get their benefits via an ERISA-provided plan with their employer. An ERISA-provided plan does make it difficult for a civil union partner to be added to the ERISA plan. The main focus of this report was to ask what would the impact of same-sex marriage on tourism to the state be, and we estimated that over a 3-year period there'd be approximately 3,000 married couples. There'd be approximately 3,000 couples from out of state coming to Hawaii to be married. There'd be approximately 16,000 couples coming on honeymoons. There'd be approximately 18,000 guests coming to celebrate
thank you.
honeymoons and marriages. Thank you.
Yep, next up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Representative. My name is Mel Corpus, and I am a minister on the Leeward side.
Your number?
Oh, sorry. It's 828.
Thank you.
On the Leeward side, under the incredible leadership of Mrs. Representative Sharon Hart. I'm strongly opposed to SB 1 because it goes to the very core of our nation, state, family, and marriage. I believe that the origin of marriage began with God. It was perfectly created by Him and for Him. For others, you may disagree. So therefore, let's put it to the test. Let's see if it would stand the test of time. Let's make 3 worlds, one with 2 males, another with 2 females, and the third with a man and a woman. Well, of course, the 2 out of the 3 will not survive. You cannot tinker with something that was so perfectly created. When we do, well, that's why we're here. It's all messed up. The key problem is government being involved in marriage in the first place. It is a religious institution. As much as the left does not want religion interfering with the government, government should not be interfering with or tinkering with a religious institution like marriage either. By allowing government, any government, to be involved with marriage, it allows the militant proponents of homosexual agenda to politicize the issue by making gay marriage a civil right or a constitutional right. It allows the issue to be used as a weapon to destroy all opposition. The government now becomes the venue of promoting the gay agenda and movement in our state. They believe it is perfectly all right to use government to force the teachings that homosexuality is acceptable. The same people who cry out that prayer has no business in schools because it is the case of Christians forcing their belief system upon others supports the mandatory teaching that the gay lifestyle is the normal or that the gay marriage is a civil right. No matter the intellectual acrobatics one might undertake to avoid it, marriage is God's eternal standard, and it is His to define. Any action or philosophy you may espouse,
Thank you.
kill the bill and let the people decide.
Okay, thanks. Next. Please come up. Who's next? Please state your number.
My number is 819.
Thank you. 819.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jason Solivar, and I'm here to oppose SB1. I just want to ask each and one of you to let the people vote. I ask that we seek God's wisdom in this matter. As we continue to pray for each and one of you, I just want to let everyone know that you guys will be accountable not only to the people but also to God. God is the foundation of marriage, and I ask all of us to seek God's wisdom in this matter. So I ask for all of us to let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please come up. Please state your number.
Hi, I'm number 829. My name is Paul Leotti Sanchez, and being of Samoan descent, I'm pretty intimately involved with the homosexual community. I have many nephews who now call themselves nieces, and I love them anyway. I oppose this bill not because of any of my religious beliefs. My beliefs are my beliefs, and you don't have to believe them. I oppose this because of the fact of the speed at which we're trying to push this through. I want to congratulate you. Since the time I was 7, my family has been heavily involved in politics. My father was a senator in Guam. My brother was a senator in Guam. My brother was another brother was the chief of staff for the former governor of Guam. My sister worked for Dickie Wong here for 12 years. They couldn't get me to vote. I'm voting now. I'm registering now. I would be surprised to see what the numbers of new registered voters are going to do, because this is more important. It's very important. 540, 541, and 612 speaks what I like. I love the gay community. Give them the rights and the benefits that are due them. Fine. But this is too important for you people to make this decision for us. I want to thank you for your time. I thank you so much for what you do for our islands, and God bless you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up.
Hi, my name is Chanel Chin, and I'm number 834.
Thank you.
Okay. Chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee, thank you very much for giving us this time to speak. I also want to take some time to first applaud what I've been seeing today. I've been here since 6:30 this morning, and I've been given the opportunity to meet people who both support and oppose this bill. And it's been a great opportunity, and I pray that we continue to take care of each other, whatever the outcome of this bill may be, and live together harmoniously. That being said, I am in strong opposition of SB1. Because I oppose this bill, I've been called many names, a bigot, a hater, and someone who should be ashamed for what I believe in. I want to say that I've never called anyone any names, nor treated a person unequally because of their sexual orientation. I do not express hate, but yet I'm accused of being a hater. That doesn't make sense to me. Supporters of SB1 say that opposing this bill takes away people's right to love. I disagree, and I'm hurt to be accused of not having love in my heart because I don't believe in sexual freedom. The promises made in marriage are of the highest forms of love, and love is about sacrifice and self-restraint. It is about doing what is right, even at the cost of oneself. Freedom to act on one's sexual attractions is just one small part of what love is about. Do not tell me I don't know what love is, because I believe sexual attraction or sexual relations should only be between one man and one woman in the bond of marriage. And I do live by that. My fiance and I have been together for 2 years, and we have not had sexual relations. I support House Bills 8, 11, and 12. Thank you, Representatives Ward, Fale, and others who have taken the time to draft them. I represent many people all over the state who cannot take off of work. Oh, my time is up. And by the way, Professor of Economics, your census data will change over time after this bill is passed.
Thank you. Next up, please come up.
Good evening. My number is 837.
Okay, thank
and
you.
my name is David Tetsutani, and something I kept on hearing this morning when I was watching you guys on the morning when you guys were talking to the Attorney General is that he would say, I'm not sure, the courts are going to decide. And I heard him say that several times, and that really disturbs me, and hopefully that disturbed you, because from what I learned back in school is that we had 3 branches, the executive, legislative, and the judicial. So if we're letting it and passing it off to let the judicial decide, we're seeing what happening in court. It's like whoever has the best talking, high-powered, or just has the media behind them, and the way that even the media reports it is so, I mean, it's one-sided. You might say like, oh, no, it's not one-sided, but it's totally one-sided. Last Monday I was here, there was maybe 200 people in the morning, and then in the evening there was like 8,000 people, and we didn't really see the benefit on TV. I mean, like we hear this, some other brother was like, there is something like 87% the polls on KITV. I mean, something, we gotta look at the signs at this. I mean, you know, we love them, and I think that the people that are looking to change civil unions to marriage, I mean, it doesn't have to be marriage. Marriage is an institution of the church by God. And I think that, you know, if what they want is marriage because they're saying benefits, well, let's maybe look at the benefits under the civil unions and maybe fix that versus giving them something that's sacred to the church. I think that we're rushing into this, and I really beseech you to think about when the Attorney General kept on saying, you know, the court is going to decide. That is a red flag that the courts are going to decide. So please kill this bill and allow it to go to a regular session so that it can be properly vetted. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Next, please come up.
I am number 838.
Okay.
Aloha, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke and distinguished community members. Thank you for time for hearing me today. I am in strong support of SB1. Today I am speaking in my own capacity. My name is Kaleo Gagne. I am 39 years old, a Christian gay male, and also a concerned citizen. I am an only child that has been disowned by his parents due to their religious beliefs. It has been 14 years since I have last seen them. I have been told that my parents tell their friends that I am dead. But I am here to tell you today that I love my mom and dad unconditionally. I treat them with dignity and respect and with loving kindness. And that's what needs to happen at this moment. Even though I don't have my parents in my life, I am here to tell you that I am grateful to have God. May 24, 2008, I was able to get married to my husband, Greg Anthony Feast, at Church of the Crossroads, Honolulu, Hawaii. Under the eyes of my church, I am considered to be a married man. I have heard many times from those opposing SB1 that we are looking for acceptance. I am here to tell you today that I am not looking for your acceptance, but to be treated equally under the United States Constitution. My husband Greg and I refuse to have a civil union, and here is why. Because it is discriminatory. And heterosexual couples in the civil union are given a choice to either get married or to have a civil union. I am not given that choice. Do the right thing. Pass SB 1 the way it is. I do not have to leave the state of Hawaii, which is my home, where I love very much, to have to get married. Please pass SB 1.
Thank
Mahalo.
you. Next, please come up.
Hi, I'm number 839, and my name is Jan Tetsutani. I reside in the city of Kapolei. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1 for several reasons. Oh, and I'm sorry, before that, I just want to thank you all for your time and listening to us all day. I know it's been a long day for you guys, so thank you so much for listening to our testimonies. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1 for several reasons. Firstly, this issue should be not dealt with in a special session. I know that you've heard that many times today before, that it's undermining the democratic process. I humbly ask to please kill this bill and let it go to a regular session where it can be vetted and examined like all other bills. It's unfair for outer island residents to not be given the same opportunity that we do have in Oahu, that we can personally testify here today. And it's obvious that citizens are concerned over the outcome of this bill. Rushing this process is not wise. I trust that you will honor the people you represent in the democratic process. And secondly, discrimination is not the issue here. Marriage is not a right. It is a sacred institution of the church created by God. Marriage was created by God between one man and one woman. No court calls marriage a right. This bill is making it into a civil rights matter when it should not be. And thirdly, we see the effects of how same-sex marriage has affected other states such as Massachusetts, where the religious freedoms are being diminished. I have concerns regarding the First Amendment rights that are not being addressed in this bill that are affecting specifically the people in the public education, such as teachers, students, and then also business owners of religious faith, such as florists, photographers, wedding planners, etc., that will not be protected from lawsuits or fees if their religious beliefs contradict condoning same-sex marriages. SB 1 clearly does not state any protection for these people whatsoever in this bill. Fourthly, under section 5572-F, where it says religious organizations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can testifiers 851 to 900 start lining up to testify? Okay, please come up. Next testifier. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of our state legislature, I am number 841. My name is David Porter, and I strongly oppose this bill. I encourage you to refer this decision back to we the people or acknowledge our choice as reflected in HRS section 572C2. And either way, vote no on this bill. Kill it. Do not refer it out to the floor. The hierarchy of authority, first of all, it's a violation of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and a violation of Article 1, Section 4 of the state constitution, both of which you have sworn an oath to uphold. The hierarchy of authority within this constitutional republic is as follows. 1, God created man and gave him a very limited subset of his sovereignty and authority. 2, man who created and gave the nation states a limited subset of their authority and sovereignty. 3, the states created and gave the nation states the states, through their representatives, created and gave the federal government a limited subset of their sovereignty and authority. The federal government, which is the lowest, not the highest in this hierarchy, we the people being the highest. At each level, government is of the people, for the people, and by the people. You are not the House of Lords. You are our representatives. You, the state House of Representatives, represent the people, elected, paid, and empowered by the people to represent us in making laws for the people. However, you're now taking action in direct opposition to the noted will of the people of Hawaii, the electorate, the people who have elected you to represent them, and in fact, you're attempting to strike the statement of their choice from the law. You're thumbing your noses in the faces of the people who elect, pay, and empower you to represent us in making laws for the people. Do you think we've changed our minds in such a short time? Or do you feel that we are responsible enough to elect you, but not responsible enough to make the tough decisions? Galatians 6:7, be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
Okay, next.
Please vote no.
Good evening, representatives. My name is Shauna Okami. My number is 843.
Thank you.
I stand here representing myself and my partner of 31 years. Of November 25th will be 32 years in a loving relationship. I stand here. I was going to talk about my testimony and what I decided to give you, but I decided I'm going to go a little bit off of that. I want to talk about radical Christianity in Hawaii, and let me tell you why I call it radical Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I'm Buddhist. But I hear and see oftentimes, especially during the gubernatorial race for governor, when we heard about Duke Aiona as a Christian hosting an Uganda prime minister who put out legislation that would kill homosexuals. Now we have Christians here who are using the same language today. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and I've had to hear the same language being used, that these radical Christians who wanted to implement legislation that would kill homosexuals. They want to get rid of the Hawaiian culture and a lot of the artifacts that Hawaiians use today in hula and what have you. This group that Duke Aiona hosted here in Hawaii are still here. And they're very, very aggressive. I can attest to that. I've tried to speak to a few people here this afternoon. Just wanted to share my history and why it was I was supporting this bill. And they were so derogatory and so unnecessary. And I tried to be as peaceful as possible. I've even gotten told after Representative Ward asked a group of us over here a question. A woman decided to turn around when we started to respond and tell us to shut up. We were asked by a representative a question. He didn't direct it to any individual, but this is the type of radical Christianity that we've been experiencing. I've been experiencing. That's not love. Now, if this group from Transformation Hawaii is still here in Hawaii and they want to have an agenda to get rid of homosexuals, stand up and be honest about it. I thank you. I am for SB1.
Okay, next up, please come up.
Number 844.
Okay, thank you.
First, I'd like to say good evening, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke, members of the committee. My name is Michael Jonas, and I stand here today in opposition to SB number 1. I once lived an alternate lifestyle. I chose this path to find love, security, and acceptance. After years living this way, there was a false sense of reality that still set upon me. All the years on that path, I felt like something wasn't right. It was through deep reflection on my life and coming to grips with my individuality that I made a choice to remove myself from the path I was on. Through the love and support of New Hope Leeward, I started my transition and a process of rehabilitation with the renewing of my mind and realizing that the path I was on, it was a choice. I wasn't born this way. I chose this path. Many other voices are going unheard that had similar stories and have done the same thing I've done. I'm one of the ones that choose to stand up in faith and request that the people make the final decision regarding this bill. The decision needs to be diligently examined, and we need to take into careful consideration all the changes that will affect after this law is passed. This law will have an effect on our school system, our churches, and I believe it will redefine the term Ohana. The bigger picture in this situation is what has already happened. Our nation has been removed. Cornerstones of our founding fathers have instilled and ingrained, like the Pledge of Allegiance and the power of prayer in school.
Okay, thank you. Next up, please come up.
Hello, I'm number 845. My name is Ava. As a 23-year-old young adult, I stand opposed to SB 1. I would hate to see a topic as sensitive as same-sex marriage to be unable to see a ballot. Regardless of sexual orientation or religious affiliation, I want to exercise my democratic rights that I've been blessed with. Don't take that opportunity away from me. Being a part of the next generation, I want to set an example for others that being young does not make your voice any softer. Being young does not make your opinion any less valid. Let the people vote, say no to SB 1, and let's keep marriage defined between one man and one woman. Hashtag let the people decide.
Okay, next, please come up.
Number 846.
Okay.
My name is Vicki Simpson. Hello, members of the committee. I'm a very concerned citizen of the state. I am submitting this testimony in opposition to this special session in the bill that will legalize same-sex marriage in Hawaii. I believe it is my right and responsibility to vote, and I have been since the age of 18. I also faithfully believe that our government is representing the will of the people. I do not believe this process is. This will change our state constitution, and that should be up to the people to decide. Please let the will of the people be heard. Please let the people you represent decide by the vote. It seems wrong that our elected officials are taking upon themselves to undo what the voters in Hawaii have already decided. We're here and we're very disappointed in the whole process. And I'm a grandmother, I have 3 children and 4 grandchildren, and I do not want them in our school system and have them be taught about same-sex marriage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please come up.
Number 864.
Okay, hold on just a sec. Okay. Any questions for any of the testifiers so far? Yes, Representative Harm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Colette Hinchcliffe still here? Good evening, Ms. Hinchcliffe. Thank you for being here so late. You know, I was very compelled when I listened to your testimony. You talked about being a young person, and you're frustrated. You feel that being a part of this democracy, it's falling on dead ears. You know, have many colleagues. Well, if I can ask you a question, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 27.
Okay, you're 27. So we have many colleagues who are actually close to your age, and so we always talk about transparency, openness in government. Many of them have said that's why they run for office, is to ensure that government is held to the people, is by the people, for the people, and that it's about public engagement. And so I'm just curious as to why you said that, why you feel that this is falling on deaf ears.
I think mostly what I feel like, a few things that I've noticed through the whole process. First of all, just promises that have been made to us as people, just with specifically the governor's frequently asked questions before the session began about letting the public voice not be stifled. Monday was an example that absolutely did happen, and that we were stifled. You know, the cutoff was, there was a cutoff that wasn't previously announced, and the timeline was shortened. And then also just listening to testimonies all day on Monday. I wasn't able to be here all day today, but all day on Monday, I just felt like I kept hearing similar things. And
I'm sorry, what similar things?
Similar things like people's concerns about religious exemptions, education, how that's going to affect education. I feel like I heard several people ask about, teachers would ask about education, and the same answer was given about, that's not what this bill is about. We're not addressing that right now. But it's been failed to recognize that this is going to open up doors that we don't have answers to. And then just speaking with a few of you personally, we've asked questions about our religious exemptions with some of our church members together. And I feel like the more questions we answer, the less specific answers that you have. And the point is that no one has all of the answers to this. And to try and rush this through in a special session is a big concern. And so I feel like we as the people keep bringing up the same concerns. I feel like I've heard, that's why I didn't elaborate on it today, is because I feel like everyone has said the same things that I have. On both sides, I feel like pro or against, people are, I feel like there's an agenda here, to be honest, and I feel like no matter how much we're saying, I feel like people.
So Ms. Hinchcliffe, are you saying that you feel that government is not listening to the people as a young person?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Representative McDermott.
Thank you. I have two people I'd like to chat with briefly. Michael, the gentleman who was in the lifestyle, is he still here? The ex-gay gentleman is no longer here. How about Dr. LaCroix? Dr. LaCroix, yeah, why don't you come on up? Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, are you aware of the financial impact report the Hawaii Business Roundtable did about a decade ago, 15 years ago?
Yes.
And what were their findings?
Well, their findings were that same-sex marriage, the lack of same-sex marriage in the state of Hawaii was depriving people of significant benefits.
No, with regard to the visitor industry.
I'm not sure what was done 15 years ago.
Yes, I'm told it showed a negative impact, but I can't get them to release it. But it's dated material anyway. It wouldn't be scientifically valid.
The current impact is $217 million over 3 years.
So we would see a boon in gay visitors, almost like a gay wedding mecca. Is that what you're asserting?
No. There's relatively small numbers of weddings that would come here. We're only talking about 3,000 weddings. Some of the people who have weddings bring guests. They bring family and they bring friends. That's part of the gains that come about from the wedding industry. But it's actually a small amount of weddings per year.
Doctor, I don't mean to interrupt, but I have several questions to ask you, and I want to get a rapid fire. I don't want to hog the time. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What is our brand that we sell to the world right now as you view it?
The brand that we sell is Aloha. We come from a very diversified place. People come here for aloha. They also come here because of the natural attributes that the state has.
So the Hawaiian sense of place, beauty, the beaches, the ocean, the weather, what they show at halftime of the NFL football games.
To a large extent, but I would certainly put in the cultural aspects, the multiculturalism, which would include the gay people in Hawaii, is certainly one of the attractions of the state.
If you can point those ads to me that show the gay people advertised at halftime of the NFL, we can meet afterwards. You can show them in my office. I haven't seen them.
Well, there are certainly lots of ads for Hawaii that emphasize multiculturalism. There's ads from the Hawaii Tourism. There's ads for the Hawaii Tourism Association.
Well,
that essentially appeal to the gay community.
Let me ask you this: do you think the guy who's sitting in his mobile home in Colorado in winter with 6 feet of snow, when he sees that, as you phrase it, a multicultural ad, is thinking, "Boy, there might be a lot of homosexuals there. I should come visit"?
I think people tend to visit cities for tourism because of the wide array of things that are available to them. Not everybody is going to pick up on every aspect of every community. They're not going to want to. But yes, I think there's a lot of literature showing.
Thank you.
Fair enough. I'm trying to keep them brief. Give you a lot of opportunities, but they're going to be short bites at the apple, okay? All right. The concept of branding. The media really played up your report. I mean, it was a huge boon. I mean, it's going to be thousands, hundreds of millions of dollars coming in. The front page of the paper, I think, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Big impact. Not that the advertiser has a bias in this regard, but branding. This will have an impact on our brand. Would you agree?
No, I think already Hawaii has a reputation as a multicultural place that accepts people of all types, whether or not they're Koreans, Japanese, whether they're from the U.S. mainland or from Canada, or whether they're gay or they're straight.
Well, I disagree. But one last question: what happened when Coca-Cola introduced New Coke to the sales of Coca-Cola?
Well, we all know the fiasco of New Coke, yes.
Okay, they changed their brand. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to, Representative Lee, followed by Representative Jordan. No, we're still questioning people. Yeah.
That was Michael, the gentleman I wanted to talk to.
Okay, let me just
Sure.
Okay, Representative Lee.
Thank you. Can I have a question for Kaleo if he's still around? Thank you for sharing your story. I want to follow up on a question that one of our colleagues had asked earlier regarding whether or not people feel their voices have been heard. And she talked specifically about those of us who are younger here on the committee and in the legislature. I recognize she's older than we are quite a bit, but I did want to say that it comes with wisdom. Wisdom comes with that.
And wiser.
I acknowledge, exactly. But nevertheless, you've been around for a significantly long time, and I wanted to ask if you felt that your voice over...
Excuse me.
I'm not 40 yet.
It's late. No, but I did want to ask if over the last few decades you felt that your voice hasn't been heard by this body as you've tried to seek the same equal rights that everyone else here has had.
I find that yes and no. I definitely find that in 1998 we actually had the constitutional amendment made for a man and a woman, and I respect that decision because that was what was voted upon. But it also says that the legislation has the right to choose, that defining moment. And when we had the Defense of the Marriage Act, such as DOMA, being struck down, the United States Constitution struck it down because it shows that it's unconstitutional. I want to think that our representatives know what needs to be done. No, I am tired of going around being called a second-class citizen. I am tired of being called names. I go shopping and I'm called an effing faggot. And it's not fair. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable.
I recognize that's difficult. And just cut you off a little bit, but what I was asking was, did you feel like your voice here at the Capitol had been heard over the bills to do this exact same thing as this discussion has unfolded in recent years?
In 1999, I was here in 1999. I came after the vote. During the Civil Unions Bill, I definitely felt that the voice from the legislature was, they heard that there needed to be some sort of protection under the, for LGBT families. But I don't think it was completely heard when it comes to full equality, because they made the Civil Unions Bill very discriminatory in my whole thought, because it defines it allows heterosexual couples to have either or, a marriage or a civil union, but it does not allow LGBT families to actually have either or, just one.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Kaleo. My question was to you, and I have a follow-up question to the professor also. Thank you, Kaleo, for joining us this evening. You did state earlier in your testimony as well. You just did with Representative Lee that you say civil unions, in your opinion, is discriminatory. Did you have that thought prior to DOMA coming down, or you've always had that thought?
I have always had that thought. I knew one day marriage equality will happen because it is the way how it needs to be. Before DOMA came around, Craig and I had an opportunity. We got married May 24th, 2008. And we've talked about reciprocal beneficiaries. We talked about civil unions. We've talked about all those things. And we made a decision as a couple to say absolutely not, because we are more than that. We are people that are part of the United States. I pay my taxes. I do what is right. I go to church. I live in a faithful, monogamous relationship. And I have a chihuahua to boot.
So if you believe it's discriminatory, do you think we should repeal it?
The civil unions bill?
Correct.
I definitely think that I personally feel that the civil unions bill should be, and we should just have marriage equality all the way around. Everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. So I think if you repeal the civil unions bill, I would do so and just have marriage equality and keep SB1 exactly the way it is.
Thank you very much, Khalil. Chair, may I just do a follow-up question with
Professor
Professor
LaCroix, I think.
Cross? I wanted to speak to you in regards to, I guess, your sorry, I just went blank. It's a very long evening. Your study.
Yeah.
So basically, can you tell me again, was that 1 year or 2 year that you're quoting how much revenue we could derive, and how much was that?
Essentially, what the study found was that there'd be an additional $217 million in tourism spending over a 3-year period. That's about $70 million. That's about $70 million per year, and it would come from honeymooners. It would come from people coming here less to get married, more to celebrate their marriages. I think many people who come to Hawaii would actually get married in their home state and then would come here to have a marriage celebration, basically reenact a wedding here rather than actually undertake their vows here. And there's also wedding guests. Wedding guests are not a trivial part of this whole equation. While many people come here to wed, it's just the two people. Other weddings are large. They can sometimes have 100, 200, 300 guests.
Last year we had 12 million visitors, 13 million visitors.
Right.
How much revenue did they bring in our state?
14. Well, the number for 2012 is about $14 billion. So we're talking here about an additional $70 million. $70 million is only about 0.5% of the total revenues of the tourism industry. We're certainly not talking about Hawaii being overwhelmed by gay tourists. On the other hand, we're certainly talking about a significant amount of money for the person who's unemployed, for the person who's trying to pay for college tuition. The extra $70 million in spending will put additional money in their pockets in a time when the economy is still far from at its very best.
In your opinion, with other nations coming here and celebrating their marriages here in Hawaii, will just passing marriage equality cause an effect on that, or no?
The report doesn't take into account foreigners coming to Hawaii to celebrate same-sex marriages. It only takes into account tourists from the U.S. mainland. Many of the foreign destinations would send visitors to Hawaii, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, don't have same-sex marriage. It's not 100% clear to me. I don't think there's very much data that supports how many people are going to come here, how much they're going to spend, et cetera. So I've left that out of the report.
So you're saying like Japan or Taiwan doesn't have same-sex marriage?
That's correct. There may still be couples that come here to get married in Hawaii because of the fact that we recognize same-sex marriage. But they're not going to be able to go home and to any place in Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and have their marriage recognized.
Has there been any thought put to straight couples from Japan coming here, getting married, and maybe if we have marriage equality here, is that going to affect any of that tourism dollars, or that hasn't been put into consideration?
Well, that's about half the market. The market from Japan is about half the market. The number of gay tourists coming here is so small. Again, we're talking about a very small proportion of the overall market for marriages, honeymoons and for the guests coming here, that it's very doubtful that anybody from other countries is really even going to notice any difference in Hawaii.
Okay, so if it is very small, we shouldn't be talking about the economic.
Well, I mean, if I was going to be making a decision on this, if I was in your shoes, the economics would not be the reason why I would be voting yes or no.
Oh.
But on the other hand, if it's a matter of are we going to do it today or are we going to do it in 3 or 4 months, the economics should play some role. And the basic reason for that is that much of this money dissipates over time. We're talking about a pent-up demand for marriage. There are all these people who want to get married, who want to express their love. Many people in the United States come to Hawaii to honeymoon and to marriage, and so there's a large number of people who would like to come here for a short period of time. There's about a 3-year pent-up demand, and then we'd move back down to about half of that flow after 3 years, to a much more normal flow.
Oh, so it may decrease over time.
It would decrease over time.
Okay, well, my thoughts, I'm not putting the economic into it. I'm actually looking at my citizens in the state of Hawaii and if they should benefit from this. I'm not really looking at the foreigners or people coming here.
I wrote the report, too, just to make sure that people had the facts. Whether or not they influence you or not is really up to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Representative McDermott.
Hey, Michael, would you come back up, please? So, yes. Michael, thank you. If I understood correctly, you said you were in the lifestyle at one point. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And first of all, I want to commend you for the courage to come out publicly and be here and acknowledge that. We all, I certainly fall short of the mark every day. But in the lifestyle, have some of your friends who were in the lifestyle with you, and of course you build friendships, have they turned their back on you since you've left? Do they understand? Do they think? Would they feel good about you coming here or not good?
I've actually had, mixed responses over the situation. I do have a, couple, friends that am saying that I'm compromising my life, that I am who I am, and I cannot change it. And, I look at them and I say, look at me now, because I have changed, and that's why I know, it is a choice. And through relationship with Jesus, he's the one that renewed my mind. He's the one that showed me love. He's the one, the 3 things that I was looking for, love, security, and acceptance, I found through Jesus.
Well, again, thank you for coming so much, and I salute you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you. Professor LaCroix, may I ask you a question? You made a statement that said there's a pent-up demand.
Right.
You're speaking about the gay community, correct?
I'm speaking about the gay community.
Because aren't the trends in marriage in America actually going in reverse? Less than half of Americans are actually now in marriage relationships, more cohabitation?
No, over time, depending upon what state you're in, what ethnic group that we're talking about, marriage rates often approach 90%. They're usually over 80%.
I'm talking about the population as a whole.
They have been falling. They have been falling.
I don't think, are you sure you're correct? Because the last that I looked at, half of the American population is married. The other half is either widowed or cohabitating.
No, this is either at any time in your life have you married. And those rates are still over 80%, but they have been falling.
That's serial monogamy, I think, is the term.
That's
not
what the data looks at.
It's from your university terminology. My point is, if the gay community is in effect going towards marriage, that's a sign that makes good economic sense. But in sense of the whole macro cultural shift, it seems to be away from marriage rather than towards it. That's why I wanted to point out when you said there was a pent-up demand. Will that be like a front-loaded demand and then it will follow in the cultural pattern, or do you see it as a sustainable one?
Well, part of it is that with the DOMA decisions, essentially giving more rights to gay couples and more recognition to the marriages of gay couples. Essentially, what we see today is even in states with gay marriage, there's only about 50% of the gay population married. In the report, I've assumed that over this 3-year period, you get about 60%. You get about about 60% of Hawaii's gay and lesbian couples be married. That's still below the national rate, and I did that to be somewhat conservative because we really don't know yet what the overall propensity of gay couples is going to be to marry.
In fact, that was my last question. Could you continue to study this? Because ideally, decisions are made upon data and data made upon empirical evidence, et cetera. If you could continue to do what you've been doing, that would be very helpful.
I should only note that the data on Hawaii marriages is based on what's happened in other states. We do have other states to take a look at what the census data has been, approximately how many people have married. And pre-DOMA, it was in all these states, it was approaching 50%. After DOMA, because it gives more rights, 60, 70% is probably correct. I chose an estimate of 60% for Hawaii, but that could be wrong. It could be a bit lower or a bit higher.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to, oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Har.
Thank you. Kaleo, can I have you come back up? First of all, I want to thank you for being here. You've been here all day and all evening, so thank you for being steadfast, and thank you for sharing your story with us. You know, something that you said really intrigues me. You talked about civil unions being discriminatory. But then you did say that Senate Bill 1 is good, exactly. Keep it the way it is. It's perfect. I just want you to be aware of something. You do understand that civil unions do continue in this bill, if this bill were to go through.
If that is the will,
Okay, I
that
just
is
want
fine.
you to understand that, okay?
But I'm more for making sure that we have marriage equality.
Okay, but to be clear, civil unions are not, they still will continue to exist, and I want you to be aware of that because you feel they're discriminatory. I just want you to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to, I think, 864 was the last person who was up.
Number 864, Pane Mea Toga. Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, fellow chair members. Having been born of goodly parents, I was taught right from wrong. Today I took a vacation from work to come here to demonstrate my support for what is right. I strongly oppose this bill. I ask that you do what is right. I've been outside from 7 in the morning supporting my community, and the things that have happened out there, you're not aware. But it's amazing how people that have God in their lives can be forgiving. There are several incidents that have happened out there that if it was not for the love of God, things would have gotten ugly. I want you to know that this process of a special session is here because there is a crisis. This is a fabricated crisis created by administration. Do not legitimize this crisis by following through in this special session. I ask that you kill this bill or you defer this bill with amendments that will support the religious liberties for all religions, all of their entities, their affiliates, because there will be lawsuits coming. There have been lawsuits filed already. These are taxpayers' monies. For those of you that have constituents on the outer islands, I ask you to vote no, to allow your constituents to have a say in this process. Mahalo.
Thanks very much. Can the next group, starting with 901, 901 to 1000, I guess, can you guys start checking in outside and lining up? 901 to 1000. Okay, who's next?
Number 882.
882, great.
My name is Vaughn Ma'iola Logan. One of the things that's been talked about tonight is the sense of Hawaiian and aloha that this place has. In my family, my father, after I was born, took my piko after it fell off and put it in a place known only to him in the ocean. He believed that that would tie me to this place. As his father did before him, I have done with my children, and now my son has done with his children. As a Hawaiian, I am opposed to SB 1. something that is very interesting to me is that I didn't learn about my concerns that I now have until I listened to the testimony of others. I am concerned about the implications of assumed parentage that are included in this bill, where the possibility exists of the erosion of Hawaiian rights by blood. It is going to be a contentious issue. There has been no opportunity yet for Hawaiians to discuss the implications of this, and that is what our community is about. You have heard many opinions today. The eloquence of each speaker has varied, but the sincerity of their hearts have not, regardless of which side of the issue they are on. I know that you have heard my objections from others, but you didn't hear them from my voice, and for that I am very grateful. I consider my voice to be important, but I feel that my voice is second in importance to my vote. I hope you will let us discuss this thoroughly, and I hope you will let us decide by the greatest tool of any free man or woman, the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Aloha. I'm number 893.
893. Okay.
And I'm grateful to the New Hope letting me step in with them. I was so worried I wasn't going to get a chance. I'm actually LDS, aka Mormon, and I'm grateful for that.
Okay, please identify yourself and proceed.
So I just wanted to say, for me, this is really down to the word tradition. I've heard a lot of people use it and talk about it on both sides, tradition, tradition. And sometimes there are some traditions that we get rid of, and we should get rid of them. Like those things you were talking about, children getting kicked out of their homes because they're gay. That is a tradition that we should get rid of. But that's not the only time that children get kicked out of their home. I was kicked out of my home plenty of times when I was 14 because silly, ridiculous reasons, whatever. Drugs, struggles, you name it. Children suffer, and those are traditions we should get rid of. There's also cultural traditions that we get rid of. But the tradition of marriage and what we're so hyped up about is this ideal. Now, how many people, we don't fit into it. I come from a broken family. My parents are divorced. My husband's parents were never even married. He grew up in a single home. But he still always wanted a father. There was always the tradition of the ideal, and we strive for that. We strive for that ideal. It helps us to become better people. We believe in that. We believe in that tradition, and it has passed down. I've heard people say for 100 years, try thousands of years, as men and women have come together to create children. When I was 16 years old, I got pregnant with my oldest daughter. I got married. My husband was 17. We had to have both of our parents sign for us. We strived for that ideal. My husband's now getting his master's, and I'll finish with my degree this fall. We have overcome all the odds as we strive for the ideal. This is not just something that you can legislate away. It is the tradition of our hearts. It is a covenant that we've made with God. It is just like the man on the other side who said, it's not about the rights, it's about legitimacy. It's okay to think differently. We have to find how to coexist.
Okay, thank you very much. What's the next number up? 898. 898. Okay, please proceed.
Aloha. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to share my mana'o on SB 1. My name's Kathy Thurston, born and raised here in Hawaii. Over the past 56 years, I've worn many hats. I'm a wife for more than 34 years, a mom of 2 beautiful daughters, a grandmother, 2 little grandsons. I've served in the community as various community boards, a regent, commissioner. But for the past 30 years, I've worked in the field of construction. I'm a native Hawaiian woman-owned small business owner. I've operated in the field of construction, a general engineering and building contractor. For the past years, I've been in union, so I'm a management trustee as well. There are 2 reasons, though, why I strongly oppose this bill. But due to our time limit, I'll just focus just on 2 items. Number 1, you're voted to represent the people. I had the good fortune to run into my personal representative out in the halls a little while ago. And although your opinions may differ, your personal opinions may differ from mine, I strongly encourage that you're there to represent your constituency. I asked a question, I said, what was the representation in our particular district in Kailua? I live in Kailua for the past 30-something years. And the response was 59% came back in favor. When I asked further questions, I said, what were those numbers based on? 59%. And I got a response that in response to a poll that our representative had done, only 12% responded. And 59% of that 12% comes out to 7.08%. So that means not really 59%, but 7% of the respondents. I did the math, so I really encourage all of you to do the same thing. As a management trustee, I just returned last week where I got to attend. It's an annual convention. They've been operating it for 59 years now. And it completely went on the implications of DOMA. Even the experts have great confusion on this topic. I vote no.
Thank you very much. Who's next? What's your number?
905.
905. Can you just hold off for a second while we ask questions of this last group? Members, any questions of the group that we just heard testimony from? Representative McDermott.
I'd like to ask the Hawaiian lady who just, young lady who just spoke. You were going to talk about, you just came back and there was some DOMA concerns. Could you?
Yes, I attended. It's IFEBP. It's an International Federation of Employee Benefit Plans. Over the entire country as well as Canada, they oversee billions. The people, the management and labor trustees that attend this annual conference, it was the 59th one, oversee billions of dollars. I specifically went to a workshop regarding the implications of the DOMA decision for pension and benefit plans. We had two experts in the area of DOMA specifically, an attorney from New York and an attorney from Washington, D.C. After listening to them, and this was last week, Tuesday, that I attended, Monday, the decision, New Jersey just made the decision, so they share that with us. Not only is it a very convoluted decision, similar to Obamacare, we all know that health care is a great thing for people. However, when we don't think out the implications and how we're going to implement policy and how we're going to implement change, we realize we see it as taxpayers and as citizens, the confusion. And who pays? Us, the people. We're all taxpayers. Here with DOMA, there's so much confusion. The attorneys basically, and I'm half Portuguese, but the attorney said, hey, it is as clear as mud. And we all know mud is not clear. There are so many things as employers that have not been addressed. They don't even know. The IRS, not only the IRS, they've made some rulings. There's so many inconsistencies in the way they're interpreting the code. It's unbelievable. And this is not from me. I'm here in the middle of the Pacific. These are from experts in the field.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We just got to move along.
Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go back to 905. And you can tell us your name so we don't refer to you just as a number if you don't mind.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Anderson, and I'm in opposition to SB 1. If you pass SB 1, you're not simply creating economic equity for same-sex couples. You are encouraging and endorsing same-sex relationships for the generations that are coming. Please listen to me. Have you witnessed the gender confusion and same-sex experimentation that is currently taking place in our youth? Does it trouble you? It should. Same-sex intercourse is easily identified as at-risk behavior. I donate blood to the Hawaii Blood Bank regularly. If you have done this, you are familiar with the questions that are asked before you donate to determine that your blood can be safely added to the bank. A significant number of these questions are regarding homosexual behavior. Why is this? It is because there is transfer of blood and HIV risk associated with homosexual intercourse. Can't you see the real dangers and wicked leadership to Hawaii's youth that this step in social engineering is producing? The vast majority of our children that try same-sex encounters are casually experimenting. The confusion and health risks are real, and your passage of SB 1 would lead generations to come into harm's way. This evil is real. HIV decimates the homosexual community. According to the Center for Disease Control, gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men, MSM, account for 78% of new HIV in 2010 and was greatest among the youngest age group. By the way, they have stopped publishing or keeping this public health data because of anti-discrimination issues since 2010. HIV is considered an epidemic by the Center for Disease Control, and your endorsing the homosexual lifestyle in passing SB1 would lead the people of Hawaii into at-risk behavior, even while the statistical realities of the danger are being suppressed by anti-discrimination pressure from the gay agenda. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate it.
Next. Evening.
My name is Lisa, and I'm number 906.
906. Okay, thank you.
Knock, knock. Ivan. I want to go home. Do you? Forgive my levity. I don't mean any disrespect. I know this is a very serious issue that we're discussing here. Marriage in America now is not what it was 100 years ago or 200 years ago. Children raised from birth to maturity by the same two people in the same household are now in the minority, perhaps even an extreme minority. In every measurable way, children from broken homes are at a disadvantage. Many rise above it and do great in spite of it, but the facts are solid. Society is heavily impacted by the number of broken homes in America. So in light of this, allow me to quote from someone a little wiser than me. By divine design, fathers are to preside over their homes in love and righteousness, and are responsible to provide the necessities of life and protection for their families. Mothers are primarily responsible for the nurture of their children. In these divine obligations and duties, they are obligated to help each other as equal partners. The family is the fundamental unit of society. Legislation like this deserves more than 5 days discussion. People on both sides of the issue deserve a lot more respect than this. Our children will benefit from very carefully worded legislation, and we will get a better result from a longer discussion than these 5 days will allow. You have nothing to lose in rejecting this bill in the name of your people on both sides of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
I married up, didn't I? I would sooner cut off my right hand than put it to the...
Could you tell us your number? And
907, sorry. 907,
okay, thank
Joshua.
You.
I would sooner cut off my right hand than put it to the Constitution as it now stands. Bold words from Colonel George Mason, a member of the Constitutional Convention of 1787, who continues to set the example of statesmanship nearly 230 years later. Why did he refuse to sign? He foresaw this moment, a time when sacrosanct liberties need protection, a time when governments would force a Buddhist judge, a Muslim florist, Jewish marriage planner, or Christian musician to do something antithetical to their beliefs. I thank God that Colonel Mason was steadfast to demand that personal liberties be codified in a Bill of Rights. So here we are at the crossroads that he envisioned. SB 1 seeks to force individuals and organizations at proverbial gunpoint of lawsuits, fines, and strict licensing to violate themselves, their gods, and profane their sacred beliefs. This cannot be. Make no mistake, a vote in favor of SB 1 is a clear, direct, and flagrant attack on everyone's constitutional protections. Like Colonel Mason with the U.S. Constitution, you should be equally loath to put your hand to SB 1 as it now stands, an ill-conceived measure. Sadly, time does not permit me to more discourse on this issue, but brings my second topic, time. Good government requires time and people. Time to discuss, time to think, time to ponder, time to pray, time to repeat these, and people to participate. But this session curtails both time and people's participation, yours and constituents. Limited hearings, shortened testimonies, discussions that don't occur, citizens excluded. The loss of time will inevitably bring about bad government. Do not join the governor's petty politics. Do not reduce essential time, and do not disenfranchise the Hawaiian people. To do so demonstrates arrogant contempt. Stop SB 1 take the time.
Thanks very much.
Engage the people. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening, chairs and representatives. Thank you so much for giving us 2 minutes and asking questions, vetting the process. My name is, number 910. My name is Betty Jean Anderson. I'm a married voter, mother of 3. I was a home educator. I teach the Bible, and I've been a Hawaii resident for 33 years. Please oppose SB 1. This bill is in conflict with the freedom of religion and the right to free speech. People of faith are already experiencing discrimination and being called bigots and homophobes and accused of hate crimes if they express what they've been taught in Scripture. An interesting fact that I think is pertinent. Psychologist Dr. W. Peter Blicchington on sex roles explains the gender differences relating to marriage. The male and female embryo are identical till the 7th week of pregnancy. The hormones, androgens and testosterone for the male, and progesterone and estrogen for the female, wash through the brain and spinal cord of the embryo, determining the male and female genders and characteristics, which together procreates the human family and the human race through the institution of marriage. This is a special and unique combination that creates the family. Forcing the church to accept homosexuality is government setting up the rights of humanistic homosexuals above the rights of religious citizens. How can one argue with the law, even when that law might be illegitimate, at least in the eyes of God, who himself claims to be the supreme being and the supreme law above all laws? Even Governor Abercrombie told Representative McDermott that he expects polygamy suits within a year. Please oppose Senate Bill 1. This bill is truly not about equal rights for homosexuals to marry, since their rights and benefits seem to already be protected by, domestic partnership, civil unions, etc. So, I'm running out of time. Please oppose Senate Bill 1.
Thanks so much. Next, please.
Good evening. Number 919, speaking on behalf of my Auntie Pat, who had to leave. My name is Paul. Good evening, representatives. What an awesome title, representatives. I look at all of you, got some Japanese, got some Portuguese, and got some Filipinos. Your presence here is very greatly appreciated. My auntie wanted me to tell you that she's opposed to SB 1. So since I have an extra minute and 38 seconds, I'm going to share with you some extra thoughts. You're going to do what you're going to do. But you're there to represent your constituents, the people that put you there. Not your own personal desires or needs. I don't need to tell you your job. It's like you don't tell me my job. But I pay my taxes so that you can do your job. To the homosexual community, the church is not discriminating against you. This bill has pitted you against us and us against you. And that's not the point. That's not what we're trying to do. Jesus Christ came and died for us all because we're all sinners. The perfect Son of God came so that we could be together in unity with God, not fighting each other. Representatives, by normalizing, by giving credence to something that's not natural, you deny your own parents. We deny our own parents because it's a man and a woman that make children, and it's because of our parents that we're here. The homosexual lifestyle ends in, there's no more genetic code for these people. But we all need help, and that help comes through God, through Jesus Christ. And I strongly add to my auntie's wishes, ask you to reject this bill, table it, let's talk about it some more, so that our communities can come together and we don't have the division that is tearing us apart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next up, please?
Good evening.
My name is Ben Tamamoto. I'm testifying, my number is 920. I'm testifying in place of Glenn Akohiro.
Okay.
I'm also praying that my phone holds up for the next 2 minutes so I can get my notes here. To the Honorable Chair Rhodes, Vice Chair Har, representatives of the citizens of the state of Hawaii. I would like to thank you, first of all, for your service to the state. But my opposition to this bill comes in the form of rhetorical questions that I hope you will carefully consider. Will this bill protect the rights of conscience of photographers, bed and breakfast owners, bakers? We could go on and on with these examples. Not just for weddings, but what about for funerals? What about for baby luau's? Will this bill protect the rights of conscience of these people? What happens if a same-sex married couple comes to church and wants counseling as a married couple and the church turns them away? Will they be protected under this bill? What if a same-sex married couple comes to a church and wants to serve on the worship team? Will they be protected under this bill? What if they want to serve in ministry? Will the church be protected under this bill? This special session with its abbreviated timeline does now not allow enough time for us to think through all of the ramifications of pushing this bill through. And I would say more strong language is that this bill is being rammed down the citizens of the state of Hawaii. None of the other states without same-sex marriage is holding a special session to do the same thing that we're doing here. Why are we rushing to change thousands of years of culture and society in a few days? I would also say that no amount of religious protection will make it right, because you cannot think of every scenario that will happen should this bill go through. All it would take really is one extreme couple that would want to push the envelope on this, and now a church or a business will be faced with years of litigation and attorney fees. That said, however, I do believe that the second best option would be for HB 6, which provides much more robust protection for churches. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Yapel, and my number is 925.
925. Okay, proceed,
Yep.
please.
My name is Jessica Yapel. I attend New Hope Leeward. I'm a social work student, and I have strong reservations against this bill. In the words of John Paul II, as the family goes, so goes the nation and the whole world in which we live. And my belief is that the family unit has a direct impact on how society comes out. And I believe that the ideal family structure is with a strong father and a strong mother as a strong male and a strong female role model. And I do believe that people who identify as gay or lesbian are very compassionate toward adults and children. However, I do believe that children benefit most from having a strong male and a strong female role model. And my concerns about this bill go beyond the same-sex issue. I also had concerns when I read the findings section from page 12 through 13 of this bill, which was stating that anyone who has personal, emotional, or economic relationships with each other should also enjoy the benefits of marriage, i.e. an unmarried son and his widowed mother. And if we're trying to redefine marriage to include not only same-sex couples but also people who are related to each other, I worry about how much further we're going to try to redefine marriage. So because of those things, and also I feel that we don't have enough evidence on the effects of same-sex marriage on a society, since we've only encountered same-sex marriage in our country within the last 10 years when Massachusetts legalized it in 2003. So those are my reservations about this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my number is 929.
Okay.
My name is Heidi Ka'aihui Laksina. I'm a native Hawaiian, born and raised in these islands and a registered voter from the Big Island. I thank you for this opportunity to speak before you this evening, and I strongly oppose SB 1, and I ask that you would take into serious consideration the majority of the voices of the people of Hawaii and say no to this bill. I was one of the fortunate voters to speak before the Senate on Monday and found the whole experience to be a joke. That the majority of those on the committee sat there and tolerated what the people of Hawaii had to say, knowing that in their minds they already made up their choice to pass it through. Regardless of the overwhelming stand of those opposing this bill, yet not considering the ramifications that can take place if this bill passes as is. Not just for faith-based believers, but the effects it would have on our families, keikis, and the way of life we have now. It was said that Hawaii could bring in hundreds of millions of dollars from the tourism and wedding industry. Yes, Hawaii is paradise, and that's why people come. They come for the beaches, the weather, and the scenery, but it's the people that they fall in love with. It's the people that carry the spirit of aloha, not the beaches, not the scenery, the people, the voters, the very people in which you are to listen to and then represent government of the people, by the people, for the people. With all due respect, Hawaii is not for sale, and we, the people, will not be sold out. So if this decision is too hard for you, then put it on the ballot. Once again, like in 1998, when 69% of the people of Hawaii declared that marriage is between one man and one woman. And yes, we gave the legislators the power, but the power was to uphold our voices, not to silence it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
I'm number 940. My name is Carol Miyashiro.
Okay.
Honorable Rhodes and Chairman Rhodes and Luke, and all of the rest of you who have been sitting patiently on this panel, thank you for being here. I'd like to share a couple of things. And number one, I say I am in opposition to Senate Bill 1. And the reason is the only person who has the right to define marriage is the author of marriage. The author of marriage, if you were not aware, please be aware of it from this moment on, is that God created human beings in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them and said, be fruitful and multiply. I am in opposition to this House Bill 1 because it will not fulfill this mandate that the author of marriage has given. Number two, we heard a testimony earlier this evening from, I believe, a young man named Michael, and someone questioned whether or not, that change was possible. And I want to share again, this is in 1 Corinthians 6. Do you not realize that those who do wrong will not inherit the kingdom of God? Don't fool yourselves. Those who engage in sexual sin, who worship idols, commit adultery, male prostitutes, thieves, greedy, homosexuality, abusive, cheaters will not inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you, but you have been cleansed, you have been made holy by calling on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. That man, Michael, was transformed by the power of God. So do not underestimate the power of God, who is the author of life, who is the definer and the architect of marriage, that provides safety, love, and protection, and total acceptance for every child who is born to a family that is made through a husband and a wife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Good evening. My number is 943. My name is Stephanie Jeremiah. I'm born and raised in Hawaii, and I now reside in Eva Beach. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I am a Christian first. I am a wife and a mother and a grandmother. I am an educator. I will not and I could not educate anymore if this goes through. That is my choice. I am sorry from the bottom of my heart if anybody here has been offended or hurt by anybody. That is not what we stand for. We stand for love, but that's not what this is about. We the people, put you the people up there to make the right choices for us. We put you there. So I don't understand why you don't just listen to the majority of us and say, we the people want to vote for this. I don't understand. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My number is 952.
Thanks.
Aloha, my name is Gabriel Diaz. I'm a registered voter, and when I vote, I take it seriously. I vote with the intention that my voice will be heard through my representative, but in matters that are too important to me, I want to represent my own voice. I came here with the hopes that I could speak my voice and it would be heard, listened to, and that it would matter. Yet on Monday, as I watched for hours, people giving their testimonies, I got the distinct impression that the Judiciary and Labor Committee did not vote according to the will of the majority of the people, but they voted according to their own values. What that told me was that when I would come here to testify, that my voice would not matter, that my voice would be unimportant, and that I would have an unequal representation in the laws that would govern my life. But you are not that committee. You are a different body. Therefore, I ask that you allow my voice to count, to be equally represented amongst the many voices who are for and the many voices who are against this bill. Because I'm younger than all of you, this bill, if passed, it'll affect my life much longer than it'll affect any of yours. It will affect my place of employment, my place of worship. It'll affect the values and the morals that will be taught to my children in the future. And then it'll also affect my relationship with my friends and family members. And how do I know? Because it's affecting all of these things currently in my life right now. I ask that you vote no to this bill and motion that this bill be presented in the 2014 ballot so that when I vote, my voice will count. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, please.
My number is 954. My name is Sam Mateo Sr., and I'm testifying in place of Clara Finney. Chair Rhodes, members of the Judiciary and Finance Committee, my testimony is in opposition to Senate Bill 1. My opposition not only for myself, but for my grandchildren, who have no say and have no ideas what is at stake at this week. I've been privileged to grow up in a family, traditional family, loving father and mother. I'm here to represent my grandchildren, who will be the ones affected most by this legislation if it is passed. I want them to enjoy the life in which I was privileged to have growing up with the same opportunities to choose what is right for them. This bill won't affect us. We've had our lives here to live, and it's been a pretty good life, but it will affect my grandchildren. This bill will take that right away from them. I encourage every legislature to take a serious look at what this bill will do to you, your family, your grandchildren, before committing to vote on this issue. It should not be based on a party platform. It should not be based for the recognition to receive federal benefits. If it is, then let's change the federal statutes so that these civil unions are recognized worldwide, and that is equality. This attempt at redefining marriage just because we have the votes in the Senate and the House, but may change later, is not justification to rush this bill through. Marriage between one man and one woman has been with us since the beginning of our existence on this earth, many centuries since. What makes you think we can change it in 1 week? Let us step back. Take a look at what is happening in the 14 states and the District of Columbia where same-sex marriages have been approved, and see what is good or bad, and let the people decide if that's what we want in Hawaii. I encourage all of you, thank you for the time, the opportunity to speak to you, not only on my behalf, but for my children and my grandchildren who aren't here because they're home trick-or-treating, do the family thing. And I submit this testimony to you in opposition to this bill respectfully. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, committee members, representatives. My name is Marie Rulin. I am from Hilo, Hawaii, House District 1. I am a mother, a wife, a nurse, and a grandmother. I came today to adamantly voice my opposition to this bill. I was not given the opportunity to talk to my representative Nakashima because he was out of town for the week prior to this session. When I called the office, the secretary said, I haven't had a vacation in 3 years. And Representative Nakashima had this conference planned way before the special session. I said to her, exactly. Representatives, your name, representative, means a person chosen or appointed to act or speak for another or others in particular. Please listen to the people of Hawaii. The Senate did not. The Senate was an abomination of justice. But we look to you, the House of Representatives, to do what is right. I want to end by asking you to go to the Heritage Foundation, which has a series of articles by Ryan T. Anderson. He speaks about the many social ills of redefining marriage. This is not something that the governor can push through or can put on your shoulders. I ask you to please vote no on Senate Bill 1. And in conclusion, I want to say, voting does not define what is right. One does not vote on truth. The truth is the truth, even if 90% of the electorate votes against it. If every American votes that on Monday no gravity will exist,
thank you
then
very
gravity
much.
will still exist. Thank you.
Next, please. And can you tell us your number and your name, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Josh Forloin. I am number 993.
993. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I appreciate the time to speak to you tonight. Honorable committee members, I thank you for your time and service. I know it's been a long day for you. I've been here for almost 7 hours myself, and I'm tired. I come to you as a registered voter. I live in Mililani and an 8-year combat veteran. I fought for your freedoms when I gave mine up. I didn't have freedom of speech, so you could have yours. Now I'm taking mine. For a decision that was made 15 years ago to rule to give you the decision today to allow this to be pushed forward, I don't know why we're still following that. When you've heard a preponderance of people say that they want the choice to have this vote. I fought for the democracy and the rights to defend our country and our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Please do not be one of those foreign enemies or domestic enemies. While I strongly oppose SB 1, I do love all regardless, majority or minority. However, I do not condone the actions of those same groups. My concern is the perception that I've gathered tonight and through this week that the legislation, the governor, have perpetuated both today and over the actions of the last 3 years, as evidenced by personal attacks tonight on individuals within the crowd, as well as Governor Abercrombie's 4-month civil union agenda. It is my prayer that you will prove my perception wrong. How is it a majority which should speak democratically, take precedence, be shut out, but not one but two minorities, the Senate and potentially the House? I pray that you don't do that same. I appreciate your time and wholeheartedly oppose SB 1.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Aloha, my name is Andrea Tupola, and I am strong opposition to SB 1 for the following 3 reasons.
Can you just tell us your number 2, please?
It was 868.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, the package and the process. If any of us received a package that was duct taped and damaged and delivered by an unmarked postal vehicle, we would never open that package, and we would assume the contents to be dangerous. Likewise, this bill has been revised and duct taped and amended and twisted and delivered in a very suspicious process, such as this special session, but yet we're still going to open it up and call it good. I would strongly urge you to vote no for that reason. The second reason is, are there any true experts on this issue? We've heard many people speak about the Center for Disease and Control, about the type of income that the industry will bring, but are there any true experts on every facet of the long-term societal effects of this bill? And have we heard from those experts? Have we drawn our knowledge, and have we had enough time to look at the research and see if it really is reliable? So if somebody had, just like Ms. Thurston said, conducted a survey, was it conducted in a way that was accurate? Did it really survey all the people? If we have not heard from experts, and no one here in the room is an expert on the bill, why then are we pushing forward with this bill? For that reason, we should vote no. The third reason is because you have a solemn responsibility to uphold the Constitution and stand for the people of Hawaii. When this special session was announced, was there a mad rush of reps that flooded the neighborhoods and asked their constituents what they thought and how they wanted to weigh in? Why are we rushing to the Capitol to quickly say our voices? Did you have enough time? Did we have enough time? I hear people speaking, saying, I ran home and tried to research the issue because I just found out about it. For this reason, I urge you in those quiet moments in your office and at home to think about the solemn responsibility you have to uphold the voices of the people of Hawaii and to represent the people. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Herbert Franco. I was number 888.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yes. And I stand in defense of truth, and I stand in permanent opposition to Bill SB1, which seeks to redefine divine providence's purpose of marriage between a man and a woman. By trade, I'm in business, and by blood, I'm Hawaiian. But by truth and divine order, I am and forever will be a husband, a father, a son, and a friend. Though I do not agree with same-sex marriage, I do not dispute that issue tonight. I do, however, unequivocally dispute the ignorant, irrational, and inherent fallacies perpetuated by the use of a special session on this matter, which is important to both sides. Furthermore, as a citizen and as a tax-paying registered voter of the state of Hawaii, I challenge the false and assumed power taken on this matter by the majority of the Senate, the governor, and by some members of the House through the use of this special session. I understand what the constitutional amendment from 1998 implies, but I also know what it does not imply. It does not imply that we cannot, nor are we not allowed to vote on this matter. Furthermore, what is legal does not mean that it is ethical or moral. The message is clear. Let the people decide. If not, we will be sure to decide come election time, November 2014. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else with a number below 1,000? Please, go ahead. What's your number?
879.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Alberta Keamo. I have been born and raised in this island. I have enjoyed the beauty of it. I've been raised by goodly parents as well. I've been taught right from wrong. I enjoy all that this island offers because of the government and all of the laws that we have been living all of our lives. I am opposed to, well, first of all, I just want to also say thank you very much. It's been a long day, I know. A lot of sacrifices have been made. I myself just came from Kaiser Hospital. My sister-in-law had a massive stroke today. But this bill is so meaningful for me. It means so much, not only for myself, but especially for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren to come. So a lot of people are making a lot of sacrifices, coming from outside islands, more than one day. It's because it's so important, my dear brothers and sisters on this panel. My reasons for objecting to SB1 is that it's unconstitutional. I don't even know why we're here tonight. The people of Hawaii have already voted. Why are we not honoring the decision that we made back in 1998? Why are we not supporting the will of the people? Why are we entertaining the will of a few at the expense of so many? Lack of time and education, this has been repeated all day long. Why haven't you been able to rush to educate us instead of rushing with this process? Why didn't you come on and try to rush the process of educating us, helping us to understand what this is all about, instead of causing the division that it's caused between Christians and non-Christians? I don't like the position that this bill has put us in. We do love one another here in Hawaii, and we want to keep it this way. Please, I oppose SB1.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with a number below 1,000? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions for this last group that testified? Representative Lee.
Thank you. Is Betty Jean Anderson still here? Thank you. I realize it's getting late. But I want to follow up on some of the comments you talked about family and everything else. You know, I'm pretty sure we can all agree that gay people are generally born by straight people, generally speaking. But so if down the road, whether in high school or college, or even after that, you had a child that turned out to be gay, and they were happy with who they were, would you not want them to be able to marry the person that they love?
I think that I would take the same position that the Lord takes towards us. He loves us, but he still requires us to obey his commandments. Don't kill, don't steal, don't commit adultery, respect your parents. And I would require the same thing of my children. I love you, but I believe God has commandments that we have to obey for our lives to work out the best in life. And since God doesn't recognize it as a legal form of marriage because it's not what he created and designed, I would have to take that same position. And it's not that you don't love people, you believe there is a right and wrong in this life.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so what I'm hearing is that you don't want the law to allow them to make that choice for themselves.
I'm wondering if leaders have the authority to make that. You know, I believe that there is a supreme authority, and I believe we can say, all right, well, let's all decide as legislators pedophilia. But in the eyes of God, that's still not right. We can make a law that says...
So let me just cut you off there just for a minute, but regardless of the process whether we pass a bill like this tonight, whether it's voted on by the people, however it happens, if the law at the end of the day is restrictive of same-sex marriage and limiting marriage only to male-female, the law then prohibits them from getting married. You'd be okay with that?
If the law prohibits them from getting married?
That's right. Or marrying the person that they love in a same-sex relationship. Removing that choice from them and not giving them
I'm
that
not
ability.
interested in prohibiting people from doing anything. But I do get concerned if we start to pass laws that impact other people and it doesn't benefit society. And I guess the question is, who has the right to determine what is marriage? Is marriage really something particular? And, you know, we can decide whatever we want, but is there a truth?
So just to wrap up, I mean, what I'm hearing is you're saying you want people to be able to make that choice, or you don't want to force something on anybody. But if this law were to remain the same, you'd be depriving that child of making that choice for themselves as to who they want to marry.
And the question is it a legitimate choice? That's a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any other questions? Representative Cullen.
May I please, Alberta Keamo? No. Thank you. This question, you know, sitting here listening to the testifiers, when I walk out to go see the excitement out in the halls and seeing everybody focused on their testimony, and hearing you mention that you came from the hospital, you was visiting a family member, what drove you, or how compelled are you to testify tonight? And, you know, members on the committees, you know, how much are you hoping that we listen on letting the people decide?
That's a great question. In response, I want to say this. I have a life. I have a job that I'm responsible for, and I've taken off from my work to be here. I have a husband that really needs me physically, and yet I'm here. My family, like I said, my sister-in-law is in the hospital, just had a stroke today, a massive stroke. But Priorities is so important. My family is important. But this bill is going to create a Hawaii that is foreign, that will be foreign to me. I know Hawaii to be the place of love and unity. Our motto is Umau Keia, Okaina Ikapono. The land is preserved in righteousness. It's perpetrated in righteousness. The path we're taking will take us away from our very own motto. It's very important to me to be here and to be heard. I'm not the most eloquent speaker. I'm so nervous right now, I can't even begin to tell you. But it's my heart that is speaking to all of you. Please listen to the people of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Representative Kawakami.
Thank you, Chair. Could I have the gentleman that served our country? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. And I apologize. Excuse me. Joshua. First off, Joshua, I want to thank you for serving our country and for fighting for our freedoms.
It's my pleasure.
I commend you, and I look highly upon anybody that serves our country in that capacity. I, too, have had family that served our country in the military. And their motive for serving our country was to fight for our freedoms. I mean, there was a time where Japanese Americans were looked upon as enemies of this great country. And I can recall stories from my uncle about the necessity to fight for my freedoms and that I wouldn't be oppressed. And I want to thank you for continuing that service. My question is during your service, have you served with any gay military brothers and sisters that served with you?
No openly gay, no. Because at the time it was not allowed. There are certain things that within the military, certain moral restrictions and bounds that you cannot cross, and you cannot be in the military if you decide to cross those. One of those was homosexuality at the time. Another would be cheating on your wife or swinging or anything of that nature. It was not tolerated. Does not mean that you cannot do it as a citizen. It was not tolerated and will not be tolerated in the military at the time I served.
Well, according to some statistics, there are roughly, and it's a relatively small amount considering how big our military is, but about 66,000 estimated, because the military doesn't keep track of accurate numbers because it wasn't allowed at that time. But there were 66,000 gay, lesbian, and bisexual people serving in the military, which is only roughly 2%. And I'm sure that they were fighting for their freedoms too. And I want to applaud that effort. And that was my basic question, just to ask if you had served with any gay or openly gay individuals in the military during your service. And you answered my question. I want to thank you for that.
Representative, if I could, I would just like to ask you what bearing that has to do with what we're here to discuss today. What we're here to discuss is the fact of whether we should let you decide our future or whether we should decide our future. I appreciate the fact that gay, lesbian, trans, or bi decided to serve by us. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love you the same. That is not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about whether you will represent what the people in Hawaii want done or whether you will let us do it. That's what we're asking for.
I want to
have a good night.
Oh. Members, any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move forward. We're going to take the families with Keiki. Being a family-friendly legislature, we're going to take you guys out of order so you can take your kids home. But then the next group should start getting ready, starting with 1001 and going up to 1100. So the families with kids, come on up. Oh, did they? I'm sorry. Somebody have a question? I don't see anyone. Go ahead. Come on up. Go ahead.
My name is Seth Jeremiah. I'm in 5th grade and I'm 10 years old. I oppose to same-sex marriage because I think it's wrong, and my parents my parents raised me to, my parents raised me to do what's right and not disobey God. I love everybody and respect everybody. I just think that I should, I just think that same-sex marriage is wrong. Aloha, my name is Noah Jeremiah. I am a student at Ke'Oni'ula. I am in 5th grade and I oppose for same-sex marriage because it says in the Bible, it's one of the 10 Commandments is love everyone, but don't, my parents taught me that men should be with women and women
Hang on just a second. Please, people in the back, can you please let us, please be quiet so we can hear the testifiers? Okay, go ahead.
My mom and dad taught me men should be with women and women should be with men, and nothing besides that. So I don't think what you're thinking is right. And on Monday, I was here in the front, and there was a teenage girl that came in here that wasn't here before. She didn't live here. And she said, you get over it and you're going to have to learn it in school. I don't want to get over it and I don't want to learn it in school.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
If the audience is going to continue to clap and be disruptive and extend our hearing any further, we're going to ask you to leave because we're trying to speed up as many people as we can, and we still have about a few thousand more people to testify.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Teresa Sorensen, born and raised in Hawaii, graduate of the university and a veteran of the armed forces. I come from a family of 4 sisters and 4 brothers, one of whom is a bisexual. By the grace of God, my parents were allowed to express their freedom of religion in this country, and we were commanded by our faith to love God and to love our neighbor. And now I have passed this down to my own family. I love and support my bisexual brother and try to understand what his needs and wants are. However, what are my needs and wants? But more importantly, what is best for my community and the state of Hawaii? As a Christian and citizen, with SB 1, how will this bill affect my freedom? If this bill is passed, as a Christian, will I be forced to accept same-sex marriage as being normal, when my moral values tell me it is not? With SB 1, will I be able to speak freely to my family, friends, and co-workers that 2 men marrying is not normal and against God's laws? Marriage in itself is equality. Marriage is a relationship of 2 of the most basic human life forms, a man and a woman, who are equal partners to each other and become one. Marriage is the most basic form of a community. It takes a man and a woman to procreate. So where is the equality in that when only one gender will be present in raising a child? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ron. This is Ron, and this is Natalie, and this is Lay, and we're the Sowets, and we're opposing SB 1. Going through research and all of that stuff, I mean, all the stuff that we see that could happen, that happened in Massachusetts, Canada, and all of that, is just crazy. That's one of the reasons why we're opposed to the bill. And it's very hard for me as a family to see something like that happening to Hawaii. And as a parent, it's very difficult. In church, we learn something called more is caught than taught. Interestingly, when we're standing in line over there, we just had a little glow stick, and the man in the front over there, security guard, was doing his thing with his metal detector, and instantly, Natalie comes up, plays with her brother, and says, "Hey, let's try it out. That looks fun." Now, thinking about that, when this is being taught in the school, and something that's like, there's a toy here, and maybe perhaps this could be I don't know. And for me, as a parent, that's really hard to address and actually see or even deal with a parent, and that's really hard, especially for these kids. We want to raise these kids as like the right way to go and everything like that. All in all, this SB1, seeing it affect our church and everything like that is just crazy. And a special session is simply not enough time to adequately discuss the most controversial issue of our time. So we want you to vote no on SB1. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any other families with kids?
Was that a question?
Oh, no, not you.
Oh.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Curtis, and I am asking you to vote no on SB1. The Senate has explored issue. We've heard lots of testimony that reflect this is a very delicate issue. We need to consider how to balance the needs of the members of the gay and lesbian community, as well as the countless individuals who are very concerned about how this legislation or similar legislation will affect our religious liberties. And we need to know, or we need assurances on what exactly is going to be taught in the schools, how this will affect the delivery of health and human services, and what impact this is going to have on individuals, small business owners, and families. We look to the mainland and see lots to concern us. Okay? Now, I recognize we live in a changing time. Okay? And we live in a very pluralistic society, and I believe that compromise is possible here. But I don't believe that a special session in about a week's time is enough time to consider the compromises that are necessary. Now, the Senate has already passed this bill, but in bicameral legislatures, it is generally the duty of the House to be more sensitive to the voice of the people. And I think what we've seen here is that the voice of the people reflects a lot of unresolved concerns that need more time. Okay? We have people wondering how this is going to affect their lives and their expressions of faith and their children. And there are arguments for and against both sides. Okay? And I think the legislature is empowered to ask and investigate and probe so that we can craft a compromise. And I think we need more time for this discussion. So once again, I urge you to vote no on SB1. Thank you.
Okay, any other families?
Aloha, thank you for your time. I'm Molly Curtis, and I brought my husband and my 7 kids down here today because I feel that family is something very important, and I need to show how important it is to me. And as I was standing out there with my sign with my kids to please vote no, a lady walked past and said, "So sad that you're teaching your children to hate." I don't know this person, but I know that she has a Heavenly Father who loves her, and He loves me too, and I have made a promise that I would stand by my beliefs for what I know to be true in my heart, in everything that I say and everything that I do, and I want to be able to teach my children this in my values. And just like you wouldn't ask a Jewish person to create a pork meal for a luau that you do, or a Muslim lady to take off her headdress every time she goes to work for someone, I don't want my values to be the thing that's placed on the table when asked to do business for someone or not. I want to be known and loved for who I am, just like I should be able to love and know people for who they are. And I have to put that out every time. I believe in families. I know they are strong the way the Lord has presented them to us with a husband and wife. Together we make a perfect puzzle. And that is how we are created. And this is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next family.
Okay, so I am 16 and my name is Aaliyah Murphy and I am pregnant. And recently I decided to place my baby for adoption because I wanted to give her the best family I could possibly give her. And you cannot tell me that my baby does not need her father. And you cannot tell me that you can teach my little brothers and sisters or my future daughter something that I believe is wrong. I have many friends that are bisexual or gay, and I love them so much, and I support them, and they are my friends regardless. I do not hate them for what they do, but I oppose this bill because it attacks so much of what me and my family believe in, and it is against what God has put on forth for all of us. Marriage is very important to me, and it's not something that should be changed because we don't have the right to change it. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, next. Oh,
please excuse me, I'm a little ill today, but this is important to me, so. And that was my daughter, so use the illness to cover up the sniffles. My name is Jason Murphy. I strongly oppose SB 1 because I don't believe that adequate protections exist for religious organizations and their affiliates within this bill. In times of disaster and need, we have seen religious organizations on the ground mobilize and organize far before the local and federal governments have even showed their faces, showing the absolute importance of these organizations not only to their personal congregations, but to communities. Marriage is one of the most solemn institutions within most religions and their churches. And I feel that the protections needed for these institutions do not exist within this law and within this bill. And it may have very strong and adverse implications upon these institutions, which is, I know it's already been expressed here, but I hope that as you meet together and you decide your vote, you take that into effect and let the people decide. Vote no, SB 1.
Okay, next.
Aloha, my name is Desiree Adams, and my keiki are upstairs sleeping on the concrete benches, so thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come in a little bit early. I strongly oppose SB 1. I just want to give a little bit of history about myself. I would consider myself one of the worst of sinners. I've been enveloped and wrapped in drug scenes and everything, but God has saved me, and He has changed my life, and my life now belongs to Him. And I don't consider my life my own anymore. So if this was to pass and my freedom of religion, my parental rights were challenged and threatened, I'm willing to go to prison. I'm willing to continue to teach my children what I believe is right based on the Word of God. And I believe that there's many other people in this state that are willing to do the same. So I beg you to please consider that for us to believe as Christians, to believe in what we believe in, it's not something that will be changed with the law. It is something that will remain because it's within us. I do have gay friends, and I love them dearly, and I would never judge anyone. But to enforce this bill and threaten our rights to hold a special session and not allow the people to vote is, I believe it's really a violation of the authority that has been granted to you. So I would really appreciate if we either drop the bill or allow the people to vote, so that way our voices can be heard. Thank you.
Okay, next please.
Hi, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Larissa Ho'opai, and I'm a 15-year-old high school student. I am testifying on SB 1 regarding same-sex marriage, and I am strongly opposed for the following reasons. One, because my future schooling will be based on the foundation of homosexuality, and that will be saying that homosexuality is okay, and I do not believe that. Two, this is a constitutional rights issue regarding the First Amendment, and I believe that this needs to be brought to the public vote so my parents can protect traditional marriage. And three, as a minor and a high schooler, I strongly feel that no matter how caring a same-sex parent couple may be, every student needs a mother and a father. A mother to guide me in the ways of becoming the young lady that I would like to be, and a father to help me understand how I should be treated as a female from a man. So, for the sake of my generation and generations to come, I'm asking you to please vote no on SB number 1, or allow my parents and my grandparents to protect the traditional marriage by being able to vote a no. Thank you.
Okay, next please.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Crystal Tanaka, and I am a 16-year-old high school student. Reading through SB 1 brought many questions to my mind, but one thing that became evident to me is that this bill has the potential to impact the keiki of Hawaii for generations to come. Because of the great potential impact of this bill, please do not support SB 1 and let the people vote on this bill. Please let our grandparents and parents be the voice for their children and grandchildren. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Sure. Okay, just before the next testifier, just wanted to remind everyone that this morning, it seems a long time ago, it actually was quite a while ago, anyone who wants to sign up to testify by midnight tonight will be allowed to speak. So you have about a little over an hour to do that if you haven't signed up already. And Chair Luke and I will decide at midnight whether to simply to continue the hearing past midnight or to recess until after the sun comes up tomorrow morning. Whether we decide to power through the night or wait until daylight, no one who does not sign up by midnight tonight will be allowed to testify. So just a reminder that at midnight we'll make an assessment as to whether we can finish it up tonight or whether we'll have to reconvene tomorrow after a break. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Devita Tamwepeao, number 4935, and I'm here to simply state that I oppose the SB 1 bill. I was born here in Hawaii, but I grew up in the islands of Tonga, and in Tonga I grew up with many family members, uncles, cousins, who were gay members. But that was not to say that I didn't love them. I even had what the Hawaiians call a kumuhula, or in Tongan we call a punake, who was my dance teacher, who was also gay, and is currently now a transgender, or transvestite, I think is the proper term. But they all knew where I stand and what values that I live by. And simply because if we were to allow this bill to pass,
we would basically be agreeing to increase or be a catalyst in the process that's happening right now in the worldwide. The demoralization of family values and many other things. This is not about rights or somebody's rights or anything like that, but rather a battle of moral values. If we were to say that homosexuality is okay, then we're only going to begin to say that everything else that's unnatural and immoral is okay as well, such as couples with many partners, or men with multiple wives as well, things like that. And this is why I'm here today. I hope that my voice can influence many of you to help fight the immoral or the demoralization of the family values that is happening in the world today. Thank you.
Next, please.
Oh, it's not morning yet. Good evening. My name is Yolanda Yamamoto. I am a citizen of Hawaii. I am a Christian. I am a mother of 14, a grandmother of 32, and a great-grandmother of 4. I was raised a Christian, and we had morals. We had understanding. I never disrespected the gay community. I've always had friends and family members. We were family in Hawaii. And we respected each other. We might not agree with the choices they make, but we respected them. But now we're getting stripped of our rights in religion and our morals. I don't think that's fair to us. God made heaven and earth in 7 days. And humans are going to change this thing in 6 days? You need more time. The people are asking you. The people respected you. They listened to your call. They answered your call. They elected you in office. Now we, the people, are crying to you. Your people, hear the cries of your people. They're crying out there, and they're asking you, please give them the chance to vote. We gave you the chance to serve us. We voted you in. We trusted you.
Okay.
Trust us.
Thank you. Next.
Aloha, I am Mariah Shisokaili. I am 15 years old, and I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. The reason why I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1 is because of the unknowing it will bring to our school systems. As you may know, that in Massachusetts, they have passed same-sex marriage law, and their Board of Education has turned drastically. They have allowed homosexuality be taught in their schools, and they have no say in anything their children are being taught. The parents have no choice but to let their children learn about this lifestyle because they have no opportunity or say to let their children opt out. They have no parental right anymore to what their children are being taught. And as a student myself, if this passes, I wouldn't want to learn about homosexuality. I wouldn't want to be forced to learn about their lifestyle or the things they do. That's what they do in their own time. I don't want to be forced to learn about it and think of it as a natural way. So this is why I strongly oppose Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hi, my name is Mahina Okimoto, and I am 11 years old. I'll say some of the words, first verse of a song called I Am a Child of God. I am a child of God, and He had sent me here, has given me an earthly home with parents kind and dear. Lead me, guide me, walk beside me, help me find the way. Teach me all that I must do to live with him someday. I oppose same-sex marriage, and the reason I oppose it is because marriage should be only between a man and a woman, just like my mom and dad and my family I am in. I do not want to learn about gay people in my school. Please protect my rights as a child by voting no to SB 1. I've been here for many, many hours to speak to you. Your decision will affect my generation and future generation to come. My voice represents the children of Hawaii. Thank you for listening.
Okay, next, please.
Aloha, committee members, representatives. I am proud father of Mahina, who just testified to you. I'm also a husband, public school teacher, and more importantly, a proud father of 4 children, and I'm in opposition of this SB 1 bill. I have 3 points I would like to make. Number 1, I have faith in a democratic process, but I do not believe that the special session is the answer in deciding on such a controversial issue like this. Fame and economic gain in Hawaii should not replace the religious values and practices that democracy in this country was built upon. Number 2, as a current teacher in the education system, we'll be threatened in our curricula, in our policies if this bill is passed. I'm afraid of the liberal content that our public schools will be forced to teach our children. Since policies in the DOE are constantly changing, we need laws that will protect our children from being exposed to such extreme lifestyles as of the same-sex marriage. And number 3, why redefine the definition of same-sex marriage? We have been fined for centuries under the current definition. The importance of preserving the sanctity of a God-ordained marriage. This sacred union is not a privilege, but rather a blessing to those that follow the teachings and live his commandments that are outlined in our holy scriptures. God bless all of you, and I have faith in you that you will make the right decisions. Thank you.
Next, please.
Aloha. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ramona Okimoto. I am a native, born and raised in Hawaii. I'm a mother, wife, wedding business owner, and concerned citizen of this great state. And I am against this SB 1 bill. I'm here on Halloween with my children, 4 of my children, standing tall and strong, defending my religious rights, and I know that it's the most important thing that I can do for their future. As sensitive an issue as this is, I believe with all my heart that we need to readdress this this bill for the important issues that need to be addressed on both sides. I have family and friends on both sides of the issue, and I truly love them. It's not about choosing between their friendship and their love. I love them regardless. And the Lord has taught us that we need to show love towards everyone. I believe they have rights. There's other ways that they can achieve these rights. But I'm against the push to redefine the definition of marriage. Marriage is ordained of God between one woman and one man. And I believe that you have the power and the wisdom if you seek the guidance. Truly look into your hearts that you will be making the right decision for our future. I pray for you all, and God bless you all. And I'd like to say that despite...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, please.
I vote no. I'd like the opportunity for all of us to vote no. Thank you. also, well, I wanted to say a few words, and he does have his number. So what did you want to say? Okay, let the people vote.
Let the people vote.
Thank you. Just say no.
Thank you for to say no.
Thank you.
Okay, please come up.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. My name is Jaden Olima. I am 10 years old. I am from the North Shore. I've been here all day long, upstairs frowning. I believe in a mom and a dad. I know we should not change the definition of marriage. Please protect my future. I oppose SB 1. Vote no for me. Happy Halloween.
Thank you. Please come up.
My name is Jacob Ulima. I am 8 years old. I do not like SB1. It is not clear. I oppose this bill and I say let the people vote. Peace and good night.
Okay, next up.
Aloha kako. I am Victoria Ulima. I am 15 and 10th grade at Kamehameha Schools, and I am religious. I oppose to same-gender marriage. The proposed Hawaii Marriage Equality Act of 2013, SB 1, lacks the protection and affection for religious organizations and religious individuals. Under the current version, the bill religious organizations will be forced to host same-gender weddings despite their beliefs. The bill supports that a bishop administers a non-member in his church building, then he is obligated to perform same-gender marriage. If the bishop opposes the same-gender marriage, then the same-gender couple could turn to lawsuits. The purpose of marriage has always been to ensure that children have a father and mother. In this bill, the state wants to change the definition of marriage. Marriage is not a civil right, and no court, including Supreme Court, has said it was. Schools will teach the new definition of marriage and will correct any children who openly disagree based on their family's religious views. I am concerned about same-sex courses in school, which will reflect the new definition of marriage. As a 15-year-old, I oppose to the redefining of the definition of marriage. Mahalo nui loa for your time, and I hope you pay particular consideration to the religious freedoms and the real definition of marriage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
Good evening. Thank you for doing what you need to do. Thank you for doing your best with what you have to work with. I'm sorry you have such short amount of time to do this. This is not a matter for special session. I oppose Senate Bill 1, marriage equality. We do not need to redefine marriage. Let us call it what it is. Same-sex marriage. As same-sex pastor number 777 maybe, he believed a lot of things. He quoted scripture reference, the same scriptures we go to for the definition of marriage. They are equally able to experience love, to have relationships as we do in a natural marriage situation. Call it what it is. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, forgive me friends, queer. Call it what it is. We do not need to redefine marriage. You are our lawmakers. You are powerful. You have people here supporting you and speaking up. My kids got to go home and sleep. Me too. I cannot imagine the weariness you must feel and the burden you feel. The First Amendment allows these beliefs of the pastor to coexist with us in harmony and in peace under the function and the respect of religion. Religion institutes. The answers are in our laws, the foundation of our Constitution. Bless you. You have a hard task. Good luck, and I hope you get enough rest. Thank you for letting us skip lines. Mahalo.
Next up.
Aloha, my name is Austin McGlinty, and I oppose SB 1. I am 14 years old, and I am a president of Fellowship of Christian Athletes. I am a youth preacher at Hope Chapel, Olomano. I came here on Monday, and I watched all the hearts on top of the road getting votes, trying to get you people to vote, to let us vote. It was really confusing to me because I went home and I watched the rest of the hearing on Olelo, and I watched, I believe it was Clayton He didn't let the majority rule. And I believe that was so unfair. We voted you to be our voice. We voted you to help us make decisions what's best for us, for my generation, for generations to come. I ask you, if you are going to make a decisions tonight, please think about the future. Think about the kids, what's going to happen to them. If I ask you to please, if this bill is going to interfere with their dreams and hopes, please do not pass it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Willis Kekai Ka'aiali'i, son of William La'akea Ka'aiali'i. I come from the church of Kahale o Yesu Christo, Nala e Kolu, Ame e Kolu Po. And I sit over here and I look at each and every one of you and I see all blank faces. I don't like that. Because why? Because my mother, my family put you guys up there. Put you guys up there so you guys can represent us on what we believe is right. What my family, what their family, and even the gay families believe is right. We put you guys up there. Thank you, Cynthia. I've been watching you for a long time. Thank you for giving us your time, especially you, Mr. Richard. Thank you, because I have noticed. But I am against SB 1. Me and my family, me and my whole family. The majority of those that live in Hawaii are against SB 1. We want the chance to vote. We want the chance to vote. We want our voices to be heard. Yes, I am Hawaiian. And I do not appreciate when somebody else talk and you guys look the other way. I don't like that. Because why? Because it shows disrespect. When we don't disrespect you, please don't disrespect us. When we talk to you guys, please acknowledge us. Because why? Because when we put on our ballot, when we mark your name, we will believe that you, each and every one of you, can represent us rightfully, regardless of who we are. And that's going to represent us. So we ask that you please represent us. And I strongly oppose SB 1. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Ashley Kaoivinani Simpson. My number is 4994. I'm part Hawaiian. I was born and raised on the island of Maui, and I currently reside in Waipahu. I'm the mother of 4 toddlers, and my husband and I teach our children correct principles that they may one day govern themselves. I believe that marriage should be and is between a man and a woman, and this should not change. There are so many implications that are not completely realized. It would take generations to see the full effects of legalized same-sex marriage. I'm also a musician by trade. I perform traditional Hawaiian music, and weddings are my largest source of income. As a tax-paying business owner, I've read through this bill, and I cannot find a single clause exempting me from having to perform for a same-sex marriage or reception. This country was founded by people seeking religious freedom, and I believe that this bill does not protect my religious freedom. I cannot and I will not break my covenants with God to accommodate the way the world is moving now. I ask you to please honor our right to uphold our religious values both inside and outside of our homes. Allow us to live by the correct principles that we have been taught. Please allow the democratic process to be upheld and let the people decide. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Hi, my name is Angela Setu. I'm here on behalf of my family that can't be here right now, but my number is 4926, and I oppose this bill. Not only do I oppose this bill, but I also oppose the fact that our formal legislators, such as yourselves, are rushing the decision. As a freshman at Waipahu High School, I was taught to give my 100% best in everything I do. As a future voter and possibly a leader of this nation, I believe that you are not setting a good example of what a 100% truly dedicated, all for the people leader looks like. I might be young, but best believe that this 14-year-old will not want to see her generation affected by the mistakes that the today's leaders make. Until I see a ballot for this bill, I will not say the Pledge of Allegiance as loud and proud as I did in kindergarten when my innocence was young. I'm matured now and don't want to see this nation's education, keiki, or churches be corrupted by this bill being passed. I am proud to live in the beautiful island of Hawaii. Please understand the cry of this generation. I do not only stand as a Christian, but as a citizen who will be courageous enough to step up for the voiceless. We are a democracy, for the people, by the people. Let us never forget that. Words of encouragement to our legislators who are so stressed out right now. We love you, but we do not like the decision that is being made. Just the same way as God loves the sinners, gay or not. God loves the sinners, but hates the sin. Thank you, and please take these words into consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm 13 years old, and I oppose SB 1 because I believe this is against God's law. Being a teenager, I am afraid on how this will affect me. I sincerely ask for your humble hearts on behalf of me and other teenagers like myself. And honestly, no one knows what the future holds but God, Lord Jesus. Thank you and God bless. Jesus loves you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deborah. I wasn't going to testify today because I did it online, and I sent a massive email to all of you last night. Mike Gabbard had responded, but since I'm here actually because my daughter wanted to testify, and my son also, but he hurt his arm today at school, so he's at home resting. This subject really touches my heart. As you can see, these kids. Have you ever seen these kids? If you're a believer of God, have you ever seen any of them worship Him? Not by you teaching them, but by them finding Him. There is no price to that. There is no price to that. Today is all about how we're going to afford this bill. How are we going to put a price on God? These kids are standing up for His law. Who made the law? You guys made laws. We face consequences to your laws. God made laws. One day we will stand up to His law, and we will have to face the consequences. I was so afraid to say this, but I need to say this to you folks because I need to quote my father on his life scripture, and his life verse was Revelations 22 verse 13, and he says that he is the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. He will prevail. If not now, he will see you in the end. It is up to you. Are you able to justify yourself to God? These kids, these wonderful kids are standing here pouring out their hearts. We've been doing this every day. I come on my lunch hour and I pray. We sign wave, not because we're against what they go through, what they choose. We're standing up for God's law. And I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tillery Johnson, and I'm a sophomore in high school, and I strongly oppose the SB1 and this special session. As an Indigenous Hawaiian, I truly believe that everyone should have a choice or a voice. Holding a special session is unfair to the people because the time is too short to adequately discuss such an important topic. As a Christian, I believe that the Bible teaches to love the sinner, but not the sin. God loves all people, and we are all equal in his eyes. But marriage is a sacred covenant between a man and a woman. It's a choice, not a right. For the First Amendment in our Constitution grants us the freedom of religion and speech. If this law were to pass, will we still have that freedom, or will our freedom be restricted? Watching all that has been going on with the special session shows me that the government system does not work. This was proven to me on Monday night when the majority of the verbal and written testimonies were in opposition of the SB1 and the bill still passed. I feel that what we say as citizens don't matter, and I thought that the government was supposed to work for us and not the other way around. As a youth, I look up to you, the elected officials, to set the example and speak on my behalf. Is mocking the democratic process what you want me and my generations to learn? If we don't, do we really know how this law will affect my generation and generations to come? If we don't, then why are we rushing to pass this law? 34 other states don't permit it, so why are we rushing into a special session when we don't have to? Time is on our side, so please take into consideration all possibilities before rushing to make a decision. Thank you so much for letting me say my testimony. And
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Good evening. My name is Edwin Johnson. I am a resident of Hawaii. I live in Kaneohe. I'm also a registered voter. That's my daughter. She was so moved to come and testify. And the phrase that you use is the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. And when I look at her and all of the other kids here with their desire to testify, to speak, to have their voice heard, I've come to realize that when I'm 80, those are the guys that are going to be taking care of me. Those are the ones that will be deciding what Medicare I get. And so in perpetuating righteousness, the choices that you make now is what's going to affect them. And that's my concern. And the biggest thing that hurts me is being a part of the federal government. You know, there's soldiers that have died for the right for us to vote, and for it to be limited or taken away from the people to vote, the voice. It's 11:20. Thank you all for being here for as long as you've been here, but the people are here too. Their voices, they want their voices to be heard. What's so hard about let the people vote? Thank you all for you're in the position that you're in because you have been appointed. So thank you for all of your time and this heavy burden that's on you to make a decision. Thank the people. Thank you all for being here in support of, because this is important. It's got to be important, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't be here. So thank you. God bless each and every one of you.
Thanks very much. Next, please.
Hi. Thank you, Chairmans Rode and Luke and the committee for allowing me to, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Amanda Nance, and I am testifying in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1 and the special session. I have several gay and lesbian family members, and I love them all the way I love the rest of my family, equally. Every time I'm with them, I worry that I will hurt their feelings because of my personal views. However, this matter is not about addressing my personal feelings, but the future of the people of Hawaii, born and unborn. I, as a young adult and a newly registered voter who will be voting next year, believe this is a very controversial issue that should not be rushed into and be allotted the proper amount of time to consider, in the long run, what this bill will do, not only for the gay community, but all the communities in Hawaii. You were elected to protect the rights and work as the voices of all the people of Hawaii. Let the voices be heard. In closing, I ask you to please not hasten the process to choose for yourselves what should be done in regards to SB 1, but allow the people to decide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Aloha, Chairmans, Rose, Luke, and Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Nicole Andrus, and I strongly oppose SB 1. As a future educator, I know the impact this bill will have on the youth, and I'm here representing the younger generation. I love the homosexual community as one of my sisters is in a homosexual relationship. She understands where I stand, however, and no matter what, she is my sister. Just like all of the other homosexuals, you are my brothers and sisters. I ask only one thing of the representatives, that you will let Hawaii vote on this and please consider my voice. I'm here because I know this is my future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Chairman, Rhodes, Luke, and Committee. I'm a 16-year-old student who has family members and very close friends who are gay. However, that does not mean I have to agree with their lifestyle, and therefore I stand in strong opposition to SB 1. Also, I have already been in classes that my parents have opted me out of because of what is being taught, and I can only imagine what I will have to do for my future kids. I'm so sorry. Though I'm not of age to vote, I do look forward to participating in the democratic process, and yes, once I'm 18, I will participate. Unfortunately, if you do not allow the people to vote, you're taking away the citizens' rights and their voices. Therefore, I humbly ask that you give the voters of Hawaii their given right to voice their position on this bill. Mahalo for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, Chairman Rhodes and Luke and Committee. I just want to say I'm so proud of my daughters for taking part of this democratic process, and this is what we teach them. My concern regarding the SB 1, and I'm strongly opposed of it, is, you know, you've heard pretty much all what we've been saying, and so I don't want to repeat myself and be redundant. But I do want to emphasize my concern as a parent, as my daughter stated earlier. At this point, the law, SB 1 is not the law of the land, and so therefore we parents still have the option to opt our kids out, which we did on certain topics that were very sensitive, and I gotta say, the public school system was more than accommodating, and that's what I'm afraid of. If this bill passes, you are gonna restrict our rights as parents. You've heard it. There was this other lady, a retired educator, that talked about Massachusetts. So she verified with someone in Massachusetts. I guess she forgot to ask, or someone forgot to mention to her about the Lexington incident about the father with his 6-year-old son, that's a kindergartner, and was told that he wasn't informed about what they were going to be teaching, and when he found out and wanted to opt his son out, they wouldn't allow him, and then they put him in jail because of trespassing. So these are the things that I implore you to please
reconsider, and it seems like, you know, your minds are already set on how you're going to vote. But I want to say this to we the voters. We keep saying that our government is of, by, and for the people. Well, remember, we voted them in. So we can't blame them if they're not going to vote the way you want to vote. You need to know how the candidates stand on all issues. So don't forget 2014. You cannot blame them if they are not representing you. I do appreciate your leadership. Thank you very much.
Have a good night. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Hakeem Nance. This is my wife and my two daughters and my niece that preceded me. I was not going to testify because I'm, quite frankly, kind of sick of the political process in this country and Hawaii in particular. But I was struck, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, I was watching the Senate testimonies, and I was really offended by Senator He, his attitude and how he, you know, how he was up on the stage and with questioning. And it wasn't questioning because we can all answer questions, but it was the manner in which he questioned people. So I don't blame most of you for being here because I know you don't want to be here. Abercrombie called this because he felt that he had votes. That's why you all are here. And that's why the Senate voted the way they did. But I guess in a nutshell for me, I guess the word would be offended again. I'm offended every time I hear what my ancestors, my grandparents had to go through because of the way they were born with the color of their skin. And the homosexual agenda is to say that this is the new civil rights movement, right? And look at what black people did. They want to compare it to that. There's no comparison whatsoever. I have not ever in my life seen homosexuals attacked by dogs, water hoses, thrown in jail. I've never seen a gay restroom, although in California, look what we have now. That same-sex marriage is passed. Boys want to use girls' dressing rooms, restrooms, because they can say that they're girls. So that's my concern is for my grandkids. My daughters are old enough that they probably won't be affected so much in school by it. But what's going to happen with my grandkids if they decide to have grandkids? Okay, look at Massachusetts, look at Canada, California. You guys all see the news. You know what's happening when these things pass. It's always, we only want reciprocal benefits. We only want civil unions, and now we want marriage. So what's going to happen is going to happen. But think about the ramifications. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Come on up.
My name is Paliku Kahalepuna. I'm in strong opposition of SB 1. I'm a native Hawaiian, and I was born and raised in Kahuku. We made the drive all the way out here, so I expect all of you to look at me when I'm talking to you. I've been here since 8 o'clock, and I'm cranky, just like all these guys. And I want to start off by saying mahalo to all the brothers and sisters that stayed. And all you guys on TV that are sending me text messages telling me to hit them hard. I'm hitting them hard. More importantly than that, I'm living in Waikane right now, and I'm a father and a husband. And this is my son. He already fell asleep once in a chair over there because we was waiting here all day. We proclaim that marriage is between a man and a woman and is ordained of God, and that family is central to the Creator's plan for the eternal destiny of His children. We call upon the responsible citizens, officers and government everywhere to promote these measures designed to maintain the strength of the family as a fundamental unit of society. I'm here today calling upon you as our elected officials. Heed to the voice of the people. You've heard from hundreds of people today in opposition of this. When I came walking down here tonight, there were still people pounding the pavement, waving signs for us in opposition. Listen to them. And if you go outside, all you're going to hear is, let the people vote. And that's what I'm here to say. And my son is here with me, and he has something to say too.
My name is Manoa Kahalepuna. I go to Waihole Elementary. Let the people vote. Hi, Mom.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
No? Aloha. My name is Ivy Kahalipuna. That was my son, and that was my grandson. I was born and raised on Maui. My father's from Koloa, Kauai. My grandfather's from Kohala. And I have lived in Kahuku for the past 30 years. I love Hawaii. I love what people call aloha. But I can tell you one thing. If you continue to push this bill, SB 1 forward, which I strongly oppose, you will divide. You will not help. You will divide. I suggest that you find a way to help those who need the benefits and the other things that they want so they can have it. I'm sure that you can do that. You're smart. You have the resources. I'm sorry that you've been put in this position by a governor who has an agenda and has used people, some of you as well as the parties that support some of you, to put you in a situation between us when you are our elected officials. I do feel sorry for you because this is a difficult situation. But I can tell you that I have watched all day before I came, and I have seen that people have not been honest when they have given you answers. I'm really impressed with the questions that you have asked to get clearer answers. And you know what? You didn't get the answer. I didn't get the answer. Everyone here did not get clear answers. If you don't have clear answers, how can you push this bill forward? Kill the bill or give it the time it deserves. That is the smart thing to do. That is the right thing to do. That's what you're elected to do, to make the best choice for everyone. I'm not saying just choose for me. Choose for everyone. That's what you represent. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Next up, please.
Aloha.
Aloha, no.
My name is Fekipo Oha. I have a mom and a dad and a brother. I love them so much that I know families will stay together forever with a mom and dad. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Aloha. My name is Kieki Haloa Kalani o Ke Aloha Kahale Puna Po'uha. And I first want to just thank you so very much for being here. You all look so very tired. I see lots of droopy faces and people flipping their hair and falling asleep on the side. And it's been a really long day, and I really appreciate you all being here. And I know it's been a long, long haul for everyone. And it's so nice that you've been in the air conditioning all day and had a nice, comfortable chair to sit in and maybe computers to look at different things that people have been talking about. You know, but the rest of us, we're sitting on the pavement outside in the sun the whole time you guys have been in the air conditioning. And we did that, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, because we want you to be in here. We want you to hear our voices. And it's not a bad thing, and we're out there because we want to be, because we want our voices to be heard. And I know that it's so late, and it's so hard to hear our voices right now. And so I'm asking you to look and to use your eyes instead. Use your eyes to hear our voices and to see what's happening. This room is filled with people that are passionate about this bill. Please see with your eyes.
because at this point, I'm not sure that any of us would be able to hear very much more on this bill. And so much has been said already. So thank you so much for being here. And I appreciate that you are listening, because I know that next year you will ask the same of us, to listen and to hear what you have to say, so that you can return and vote for us and continue to represent us as a people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for not being rude like Clayton he was. Thank you.
I wasn't expecting quite so many testifiers with families, so I think let's go ahead and break here and ask questions of those who've already gone. Any questions for this last group of family members? Is Representative Foley still in the House? I think he had a question. Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead. Please proceed.
Aloha, my name is Penelope Carlene Ostapie Tukimaka. I'm here to testify for my family, especially my daughter who I'm left upstairs. I've lived in Massachusetts, I've been to Canada, but I live in Hawaii with my children. As a registered voter, I'm against SB 1 and this special committee by not letting the people vote. I am a registered voter and a Christian and against this special session because it imposes on my religious freedoms, inconveniences my pastor, and trespasses upon my church's mission. And finally, as a daughter of a retired Air Force Master Sergeant, a mother of 9 children, and a wife whom I've been married to my husband for 12 years, and a woman of Hawaiian ancestry, I'm against this special session, and it does not allow me my constitutional right to vote and not leave a legacy of historical and cultural liberties to my family. I'm sure that you've heard all of the pros and cons of this issue, but I want to express to you my concerns as playing devil's advocate. And part of SB 1 on page 12 in section 8 in its findings, where it's slashed out its whole entirety about the consent of marriage being with blood, either in whole and half. That opens an opportunity for situations that used to be held for only royal family in Hawaii. You need to really look at this bill because it does not provide proper guidelines as far as cultural rights, civil liberties, and religious freedom. When a person on the panel had asked about what's to impose, what is to compel people to come here and vote, I did when Mr. Rhodes had said you have 12 o'clock to vote. So I am here opposed to SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Penny. Have a good night. Next up, please.
Hello, I'm Talalipelele Nitupuivaha, and I'm a mother of 8 children. I come from California, and I've just been in Hawaii for the last few years, and I can tell you what it looks like to have gangs on the street, to have girls put their numbers inside boys' pants. A lot of my friends in LA were growing up with no father. A lot of the boys that didn't know how to treat a woman was because they had no father. A lot of the things that are happening in society is because of the decay of the family. Harvard did a research on every civilization that's existed since the world began. And the strength of every civilization was the family unit, a husband, a wife, and the children. I'm accountable to my children of what I teach them because you'll hold me accountable if they do anything wrong. I was raised at the age of 19 from my sister that was all the way to at 9 by a gay aunt. She taught me to find a good man, to marry a man of faith, a man who loved God. She taught me in whatever community I lived in to bring people of all denominations together. She taught me to make the place better than where I lived. Everything that I love about this country is deteriorating because of the attack on religion. Marriage is a religious institute. It was created by God. It does not, no matter what we say here in government, there are some things that will not carry beyond this life. This same aunt, when she died, I had a dream of her. She was a full-fledged woman wearing a beautiful dress that she would have never worn. She was celebrating womanhood. This life is a test. This life, each of us have weaknesses. Each of us have strengths. Like the men and women wearing the rainbow lace, every one of us have beautiful talents and cultures. Women have womanhood, men have manhood, to bring together a beautiful child, to raise that they'll be strengthened, be a strength to the nation, to fight in our armies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian Cadiz, and this is my son, Dylan Cadiz. I was here earlier today and just listening to all the different conversations. And I guess some of the concerns that I have is I had a conversation with my son. In fact, we were trying to read the bill on the way down, and we had a discussion on what it meant. And to be honest, I opposed the SB1 bill. I think mainly because we just didn't have the time to have a true discussion on what it meant and probably what the future would hold for them as well as ourselves. So simply said, I would oppose this bill probably till things are more clear. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, please.
Hi, my name is Kevin Saltz, and I'm from Haula, and I'm opposed to this bill, SB1. I want to break with tradition just a little bit and ask you folks a question, if you don't mind. And that question is, where will this lead? Could somebody answer that question? Where will Hawaii be 50 years from now if this legislation passes? Any one of you, please.
Normally, you have 2 minutes to talk if you like, and
Okay, so I'm giving you an opportunity to answer that question, if you could, please. Okay, well, let me just say what I think might happen. I voted to preserve the definition of marriage between a union, marriage to be a union between one man and one woman in 1998, and my opinion has not changed. Legalizing same-sex marriage is a social experiment that will have detrimental impacts on the religious freedoms and freedom of expression and speech, among other things. Our society does not know enough about the effects of same-sex marriage and will have on families and children to make this kind of change in the definition of marriage. We have thousands of years on heterosexual marriage, and it works. Being forced to comply with the demands of homosexual community and the laws they lobby for and get passed are eroding our personal freedoms and choices. For every law passed to protect gays and lesbians, we have to have a companion law protecting the rights and freedoms of heterosexuals. We need more time. We need more time to decide if this social experiment will work or not. I think we need at least 100 years to see what's happening in Massachusetts and other places. Teachers are being forced to go against their religious beliefs, and parents are powerless to do anything about it. They cannot help their children out of the classroom. We're going to lose teachers and teachers with religious beliefs that do not agree with homosexuality. The Hawaiian culture will be trampled upon by legalizing gay and lesbian marriage in the state.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Too.
Aloha. My name is Anjani Saltz. That was my husband who just spoke. I came down here, didn't plan on coming up here. I'm not a really big fan of public speaking, but I feel that this is a very, very important issue to just sit by and let it pass. I am totally opposed to this SB1 because I believe in the sanctity of marriage between a man and a woman. I've been married to my husband for 22 years. We have 7 children, 1 grandchild, and each of us play a different role in our children's life. There are some things that I can, some things that I can't, I guess, take the place of my husband's and my boys' life. When they're at a certain age, there are some things that they can't come to me, and my husband is the one that they can go to. Same with my daughters. I don't think a husband and a husband or a wife and a wife can can do the same thing. That would work the same way as a husband and wife, or mother and father. And also, I grew up learning about the government here in America, where it's for the people, by the people. And I've always loved the fact that the majority of what the people want is carried out. So please let the people vote on this issue. It's very important for just a few number of people to just decide how it's going to go. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, please.
Hello, I'm Jacob Garber. I oppose Bill SB1 because I don't want the youth and the children to be obligated and exposed to curriculum that goes against religious beliefs without parental consent. I don't feel that it is fair to force so many changes onto our schools and our society. However, I do think that the people have the right to go about their lives as they see fit. But I don't think that in order to give a group freedom that other freedoms need to be taken away. My hope is that somehow we could come together and come up with a different bill that would give the freedoms that are being asked without taking away freedoms that we already have and that our forefathers fought so hard for. In conclusion, I ask that you would please stop and look at this from a different perspective and try to understand how this will affect our society as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello, my name is Julius Jackson. I'm here with my wife and my 4 children. I'm totally against same-sex marriage in every aspect of the word, because you cannot put that in a sentence, same-sex marriage. That's not marriage. The Bible created, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. He created man and woman. If we allow this to pass and allow this to go forward, we're basically starting another Sodom and Gomorrah, where man and man, woman and woman are not meant to be together, and you're gonna unleash a Pandora's box that you can't close. The Bible also tells us that we ought to be fruitful and multiply. If you allow same-sex marriage, how can you be fruitful and multiply? You cannot reproduce after your own kind. There's no way, shape, form, or fashion. You call it adoption, you call it whatever you want, but that kills the bloodline. So that father's name is dead. That legacy is dead, because that man and that man and that woman can't bring forth that legacy. So I pray that you all have an open mind, as you keep your focus on really what's to play here, what's at stake here when it comes to our families, and that you do give this back to the people. Allow them the opportunity to vote. If it goes in your favor, if it don't go in your favor, allow the opportunity for the people to vote, just as they voted for you. I just pray that you keep your focus. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. Have a good night. Next, please.
Aloha. My name is Malia Robbins. I was assigned the number 3644. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I come representing myself. I represent my family and my children. I come with a heavy heart. I know this bill means a lot to people, you know, whether they're for it or against it. I strongly oppose it, not only for my religious beliefs, but because I don't think that we have been given the opportunity to really look at it. And that was proven to us earlier today, as Representative Har asked the Attorney General, and he had no answers. He tried to deflect those questions. I come here asking that you vote no, and that you allow the people to vote on that matter. I mean, it's almost midnight. I got the call after trick-or-treating today with my kids. That was around 8:30, 9 o'clock, that we needed to be here. My son, 18 months, he's sleeping. Representative Rhodes, you said you were surprised that there are so many families here, but I don't think you should be surprised because this bill affects us and it affects our families. The children that are here, that are tired, that are falling asleep or are already asleep, this will affect their livelihood. And I know you're tired, and what I might be saying to you might be going through one ear out the other, and I hope not, because you are our representatives, and you're supposed to be making the decisions for the people, for the best interest. And I don't think if you vote yes, that would be the best interest. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Susan Duffy. My number is 3662. I am here to speak in opposition to the same-sex marriage bill. I am not sure what I can possibly add to what's already been said here. I will, however, add my voice to the thousands of people that are opposed to this bill. This is not an emergency. If it were, why are we the only state having a special session for this express purpose? And this bill is not about marriage. It is about the total destruction of traditional marriage as we know it. It is about the fundamental transformation of society. And I wonder where we've heard that before. Marriage has always been understood to be between one man and one woman. You are now seeking to push aside the wisdom of a millennia in order to do what? To create a dramatic change to society in just a matter of days. This is not progressive. This is regressive. It is not enlightened, but foolishness and government run amok. Thousands of people came out to the rally against this bill on Monday, and 60% of the testimonies that were heard that same day were also in opposition. And yet somehow the bill still made it out of committee and passed the Senate yesterday by a vote of 20-4. I get the feeling that it doesn't matter what we say. Even if we'd had 10 times the turnout on Monday, and if the testimony had been 70 to 30%, it wouldn't have mattered. But here's what I do know. Redefining marriage means redefining parenthood. And instead of making things equal, you will be introducing a whole new set of inequalities into society that we have not even begun to consider.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Evening.
Good evening. My name is Miley Duffy. I'm number 5095. I'm 17 years old. I was born and raised in Hawaii my entire life, and I'm strongly opposed to Senate Bill number 1. I feel that a bill like this really undermines the very foundation of society, which is the traditional family unit. One only has to look at the social ramifications that have happened in Sweden, Massachusetts, and Canada to know that this is not good for Hawaii. And because I love Hawaii so much, and because I believe you do too, I can only urge you to allow the people to vote on such an important issue. That's all. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Have a good night. Who's next?
Test. Good evening, Chairman Rhodes, Chairman Luke, and members of the House Joint Committee on Finance and the Judiciary. My name is McKenna Duffy. I'm 16 years old, and I speak before you today in opposition of SB 1. Marriage is an organic structure that sprang up because it provides a substantial benefit to society and to children by the binding and bonding of a husband and wife together. As such, it deserves to be protected, not redefined. To redefine such a vital part of society would have a negative impact on our state and culture. Such a great change deserves to be brought before the people you represent. I implore you to listen to your constituents and put this issue on the ballot. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Who's next?
I am number 5093. My name is Kent Duffy. I strongly oppose SB 1. Sadly, I was born and raised in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Joyfully, I have lived in Hawaii for the past 20 years. I thought the old political ways of the Bay State were long behind me. But recognizing a done deal, I offer you the following advice when you go to vote on this bill here and on the floor. Please simply vote aye or no. Remember, you live on an island. Island people are different, my neighbor always used to say. Watching our senators debate and vote was painful. Extended remarks made when you're excited only make you look foolish. Senator He looked intoxicated with the belief that his vote was equivalent to freeing the slaves or allowing the races to intermarry. He even compared it to legalizing abortion. He repeatedly questioned Sam Sloan's ability to understand English. Senator He then demonstrated his own English competency by mangling the simple phrase, preach to the choir, mumbling about the choir master singing to the choir, which of course they often have to do. The people of Hawaii got a clear example of an idiom escaping an idiot. To those of you who share the Roman Catholic faith with me,
please keep
for the love of all that is holy, don't channel your inner Martin Luther as Senator Sparrow did. Watching him misquote the Pope was tough, but to go and out a poor Franciscan priest as a homosexual to further his political ambitions was vile. I don't know why, but in voting her support of the bill, Senator Thielen wanted to give Hawaiians a lesson in genealogy, and so impressed upon us her ancestors, William Brewster of the Mayflower and Patrick Henry of the American Revolution. She failed to mention that Patrick Henry opposed the adoption of the United States Constitution, and most glaringly, Senator Thielen did not apologize for her direct ancestors' purchase and ownership of 78 slaves for his Red Hill tobacco plantation. So the progressive windward side is now tied with slavers and big tobacco. SB 1 is really no big deal, as uncontested divorce, the war on poverty, decriminalizing sodomy, and unrestricted abortion have done far more to harm marriage. Put in military terms, this vote is just a mopping up operation. In the U.S., 75% of black children are born illegitimate. In progressive white Sweden, the numbers are the same.
Aloha, government members. Thank you for staying to listen to my testament today. My testimony. My name is Nisa, and I attend Iroquois Point Elementary School. I feel weird about learning about boys and girls in school, because if anyone should teach me about that, it should be my mom and dad and not the school. I ask you to please vote no on SB 1 so I don't have to feel like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, I've announced it a couple of times today already, but the original announcement was that Chair Luke and I would decide whether to go ahead and continue to take testimony after midnight or to wait until tomorrow. We've decided to go ahead and continue to take testimony, so we'll keep going. Yes, sir.
Chair, point of information. I just reread the press release that the committee gave to the press, and it says that, yes, as you just decided, at that time, that is midnight, if there are people who are signed up to testify still waiting to speak, the hearing will be continued on Friday. So the decision is, do you want to come back tomorrow or do you want to stay today? I think they should decide. Chair, that's what I believe I understood, and that's why the numbers that were extensive were telling people that, look, if you weren't in the early 1,000, 2,000, you would come back tomorrow, given what this press release said. So when you're going to make these people stay all night, that is unfair to them, and it's contrary to the system that you told the public to compensate for what the Senate didn't do. We're not doing. So I would appeal the ruling of the chair to let the people go home, get sleep, let them come back tomorrow, and we who are half brain dead will be able to come back and make a decision about this particular bill.
think we should just power through as long as we can because there are a lot of people who are here with children who waited all day.
What about the 2,000? There were 5,300 people who signed up as of 11 o'clock tonight. There are 3,000 more people to testify, and they're not going to come here at 2 and 3 in the morning. What are you going to do with those 3,000 people, Chair?
I announced at least twice that at midnight we would make a decision whether or not we're going to continue on or not.
But this press release that the public said that you're going to decide that Friday would be, if people are here who want to testify, they will be told to come back on Friday, not 12 o'clock at night, Chair. Do you want to read this thing? Here, read it.
No,
we
are reading it. Representative
read what
Ward,
it says.
can you sit down? I think
Come on.
a lot of people, gee.
It's Friday. It's Thursday night at 1 o'clock. This thing says come back tomorrow. Oh, come on. Read the announcement.
Representative Ward, what we wanted to clarify to the audience, at least for the family members who are here, we didn't want them to come back. So we are making accommodation for the family members, at least who brought their children, instead of having them come. But it doesn't.
I totally agree.
Can you let me finish, please? It doesn't preclude the idea that we're going to come back, but we're going to try to stay as long as we can, because if people have been waiting since 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, I think we owe it to the people to stay as long as we can, and it doesn't preclude the notion of coming back.
Thank you. I'm worried about the other 3,000 who are not here who have signed up. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, or recess. We'll be back in a few minutes. Recess. Okay, sorry about the confusion. We were just trying to determine what the media release had said. Media release said that we were going to end at midnight and to pick up again tomorrow. So we will be stopping taking testimony now. However, we will go back into session to take more testimony at 8:30 tomorrow morning in this room. Anybody who signed up by midnight tonight is eligible to testify, and we'll be starting with testifier number 1001 because that's how far we got today. So 8:30 tomorrow in this room. If you've already signed up and your number is over 1,000, please do come back. Have a good evening. We're in recess.